Chapter 3808. The top 100 quasi-emperors list was not an official list. It was a list made by many people in their spare time. It imitated the Universe Genius list and listed 100 quasi-emperors. These 100 quasi-emperors could be said to be the ceiling of the quasi-emperors. Each one of them was terrifying and extremely powerful. Slaughter 19, who killed the Seal tribe, was a peerless genius who almost made it into the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Everyone looked hopeful. They hoped that killing 19 would be able to suppress Lu Ming. Slaughter 19 stepped into the air and landed on the battle platform, standing opposite Lu Ming. A cold and terrifying murderous intent permeated the air, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop. Mu Yun, very good. It's the first time I've seen such a battle prowess at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. I will suppress you and trample on your pride to make my name as an invincible one, helping me ascend to the Quasi-Emperor's top 100 list. Slaughter 19 clasped his hands behind his back, looking unparalleled in the world. Needless to say, this person was extremely conceited. Lu Ming almost laughed. This guy had not even made it into the top 100 quasi-emperors list. How could he be so confident? Therefore, Lu Ming said directly, "You haven't even made it into the top 100 quasi-emperors list, yet you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off?" "What did you say?" Slaughter 19's face darkened. His murderous intent became even colder. "Well, I will make it simple. I said that you are a piece of trash. Do you understand?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Boy, how dare you insult me? You are courting death." Slaughter 19 jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. Dazzling rays of light burst forth from his body. 2 runes appeared on his palms and he blasted them toward Lu Ming. The 2 seals exuded terrifying fluctuations and contained terrifying power. They directly shattered the void and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming threw out 2 punches and shattered the 2 seals. However, this was only the prelude to Slaughter 19's attack. Madra of slaughter, Madra of absolute death. Shedding 19 roared and waved their hands. Countless talisman seals appeared around them, each of which glowed with divine light and surged with murderous intent. Boom! 9 consecutive talismans gathered together and shot toward Lu Ming. Its power was many times stronger than the previous 2 talismans. The killing imprint race was born with the ability to control the killing sigil. The godly energy they cultivated was the godly energy of slaughter. The Origin's secret technique they awakened was the slaughter imprint technique. When cultivated to the peak, they could slaughter everything under the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Wherever the slaughter sigil passed, the void was constantly destroyed. With the power of destruction, it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fists, trying to resist. However, when Lu Ming's fists collided with the slaughter Madra, he felt waves of terrifying slaughter energy rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help retreating a few steps. Mu Yun has been pushed back. He's at a disadvantage. He's going to lose. When the surrounding elites saw that Lu Ming was forced to retreat, they jumped to their feet excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all supreme talents from various races, but during this period, they were suppressed by Lu Ming, a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. They were extremely sullen. When they saw that Lu Ming was finally at a disadvantage, they naturally couldn't suppress their excitement. The Slaughter Madra of the Slaughter Madra tribe is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying talents of these races. Lu Ming might not be a match for Slaughter 19 without the help of the gravity orb. This wasn't because Lu Ming was too weak, but because his opponent was too strong. Where did Lu Ming hang out in the past? It was just the Taishu dynasty, a pseudo-universe level force. How many supreme talents could there be? The Taishu dynasty was nothing in the vast chaotic universe. It was just a speck of dust. And the opponent he was facing now was the top monstrous talent in the entire chaotic universe. In the chaotic universe, how many forces, how many supreme talents, it was hard to count clearly. As for Massacre 19, he was ranked near the top 100 among the countless demonic geniuses and quasi-emperor level demonic geniuses. This kind of person was also someone who had supreme opportunities and terrifying talents. His battle strength itself was abnormally powerful. It was naturally not that easy to deal with him. Lu Ming being able to fight against him as a 7th-level divine lord already showed the terror of the taboo body. But in the vast universe, there were countless supreme talents. Some people could even contend with the taboo body at the same level. It was also normal. Therefore, Slaughter 19 was very proud. He had the capital to be proud. After Slaughter 19 saw that Lu Ming was pushed back, his aura became even more violent. One after another, Slaughter runes charged toward Lu Ming. Gravity Orb. Lu Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the gravity orb flew out. However, Lu Ming did not use 3 gravity pearls. He only used 2 of them. 2 gravity orbs were enough to deal with Slaughter 19. Buzz. The 2 gravity orbs emitted a powerful gravitational force, enveloping Slaughter 19. Break for me! Slaughter 19 roared. His Slaughter Seal technique burst forth. Several Slaughter Seal technique actually turned into Slaughter Swords, slashing through the void, actually wanting to break the gravitational force. He was clearly prepared. He had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Broken Knife before. Only Lu Ming had a stone orb that could release gravity and had been on guard. However, he still underestimated the gravity orb. Although the Slaughter Sword slashed open the void, it did not break the gravitational force. The powerful gravitational force pressed down on him, making his body tremble. The Slaughter Seal technique surrounding him also trembled. And the Slaughter Seal technique attacking Lu Ming also trembled, its speed slowing down a lot. Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding several Slaughter Seal technique attacks. His body was like a flickering shadow, charging toward Slaughter 19, both fists blasting out continuously. Kill! Slaughter 19 roared, using all his strength. The Slaughter Seal technique around him spun rapidly, shining with divine light. One after another, it blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming swung his fists, colliding head-on with the Slaughter Seal technique. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Finally, some of the Slaughter Seal technique could not withstand Lu Ming's attack and were blown apart by Lu Ming's fists. The Slaughter Seal technique was like a violent current, while Lu Ming went against the current, breaking through the current, approaching Slaughter 19. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Massacre 19's last Massacre Seal with one punch. The violent fist force bombarded Massacre 19's body. Massacre 19 gave a muffled snort and his body flew out of the fighting ring. He landed on the small island and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. He could not move at that moment. He was severely injured by Lu Ming's punch. And this was after Lu Ming showed mercy. Otherwise, he would definitely end up with his body and soul destroyed. Slaughter 19 was defeated. The faces of the geniuses present were extremely ugly. Even Slaughter 19 was no match for Lu Ming. Who else could be a match for Lu Ming? Chapter 3809. There was silence on Kunming Island. Those who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade in the universe were also silent. Lu Ming's combat strength had really shocked them. It was really shocking for a 7th-level divine lord to have such combat strength. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming stood on the battle platform and continued to challenge. However, no one around the battle platform accepted the challenge. Today, there were no peerless demonic geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. The strongest ones were only demonic geniuses close to the top 100 quasi-emperors list. However, even Massacre 19 was not Lu Ming's match. Would others be able to change the outcome? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the crowd. He could sense that there were a few people who had strong fighting spirit and wanted to fight, but they had scruples. No one else wants to fight? It turns out that your strength is only SOSO. No wonder you don't have the guts to pursue the Elven Princess and come to find trouble with me. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the crowd. Damn it. Damn this guy. The young geniuses around gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps on their faces, making them feel ashamed. They wanted to rush out and fight Lu Ming, but they held back when they thought of Lu Ming's strength. They were extremely sullen. Who knew that a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect was so abnormal? If they had known, they wouldn't have mustered so many people and rashly rushed over. Now, they were in a difficult position. Many people were watching. Even the elven princess was watching. Some of them even wanted to turn off the illusory divine jade. However, if they turned it off now, wouldn't it mean that they were afraid of Lu Ming and didn't dare to open the illusory divine jade? Looking at a genius who was glaring at him, Lu Ming smiled calmly and said, "I know there are some experts among you. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you want to fight, come at me together." What? Lu Ming actually asked them to fight together? Hearing those words, many people were immediately enraged. He was being looked down upon and looked down upon. What? Don't dare? Come on, I'll take it all. Lu Ming continued. You said it yourself. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Someone spoke up, his intentions stirred. That's right. Since he's so confident, let's spar with him. Another person spoke. Talk too much. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming said. Since he wants to fight, we'll fulfill his wish. A bald young man took the lead and rushed onto the fighting ring. As soon as the bald young man moved, several other people also moved and rushed onto the Colosseum. Of course, the Sky Prides present did not rush up like a swarm of bees. There were only a total of 3 young men on the stage. These 3 young men were all monstrous geniuses at the same level as Massacre 19. They were all very powerful. This brat is really arrogant. He wants to fight against 3 people at the same time. Does he think that his battle prowess is comparable to those monstrous geniuses in the top 100 quasi-emperors list? Someone expressed their opinion in the illusory heavenly jade. This brat's talent is indeed amazing. If his cultivation is higher, he can easily enter the top 100 quasi-emperors list. But now, he's still a little lacking. Someone else voiced their opinion. However, although they were chatting, their eyes were still fixed on the image projected by the illusory heavenly jade. In the Colosseum of Kunming Island. Boom! Lu Ming and the 3 Sky Prides engaged in a fierce battle. The 4 figures engaged in a fierce battle on the Colosseum. However, Lu Ming still did not use his full strength. He only used 2 gravity orbs. In this way, the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched and the battle was extremely fierce. The heavens and the earth rumbled. The 4 figures kept flashing and colliding. Every time they collided, it stirred up a terrifying force that swept out in all directions. However, there were layers of formations set up in this area that could block the force. This was the reason why the Sky Prides chose to spar there. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily blow up a planet, and the damage they could cause would be too great. The 4 of them exchanged a few hundred blows. In the beginning, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after a few hundred blows, the divine power of the 3 Sky Prides gradually weakened. Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Bang! Finally, the first Sky Pride was hit by Lu Ming and flew out of the Colosseum. With another one sent flying, one less Sky Pride was no match for Lu Ming. Not long after, another one was sent flying. The remaining one was even weaker. After 2 blows, he was also sent flying. The 3 Sky Prides were all injured and coughed up blood. They were sent flying out of the Colosseum. This battle was still won by Lu Ming. The entire place was dead silent. All of the geniuses had terrible looks on their faces. Even the 3 experts were defeated. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had really entered the top 100 quasi-emperors list? Of course, there were some exceptions. They were the local geniuses of the Iron Sea Star Zone. These people were gloating in their hearts. The Sky Prides of the various races were all high and mighty and did not take them seriously. Although they tried their best to please them, not many of them looked at them seriously. When they looked at them, their eyes were always full of contempt. However, for their own future, the geniuses of the Iron Sea Star Zone could only be thick-skinned and please these people. Naturally, they were quite unhappy, but they did not dare to show it. Now that they saw these people being suppressed by the Sky Prides of the Iron Sea Star Zone, they were secretly happy. When they looked at Lu Ming, they also felt that Lu Ming was much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Ming naturally did not care about these people's thoughts. He glanced around and said, "It seems that no one can fight me." These words caused many people's faces to turn red. Mu Yun, don't be arrogant. This time, there are several experts on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. It's just that they are not on planet Kuan. When they arrive, it will be easy for them to suppress you. Someone shouted. I remember that you said the same thing before coming to the Iron Sea Star Zone. What about now? Lu Ming said lightly. Humph, don't be arrogant. I've already received news that several experts on the top 100 quasi-emperors list are on their way to planet Kuan. If you have the guts, don't leave. Someone shouted. Indeed, several geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list who had just arrived in the Iron Sea Star Zone had said in the dreamy divine jade that they would soon come to planet Kuan. Oh, is that so? Then I'll wait for them here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. Then he sat cross-legged on the fighting ring and took out a bone bead. He began to absorb energy and store it in his cells to enhance his potential. The reason why he did this was that he was curious about the combat strength of the Sky Prides on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Chapter 38:10. Although the top 100 quasi-emperors list was not as formal as the Universe Prodigy list, it was made by many people in their spare time. There would definitely be omissions and some geniuses would not be listed. But it was not far off. The geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list could definitely represent the highest level of quasi-emperors in the primitive universe. The others also waited, including those who were watching through the dreamy divine jade. However, the dreamy divine jade was already in an uproar. Countless people were discussing. Lu Ming actually dared to wait here for the geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list to arrive. He was really bold. Could it be that Lu Ming was holding back his strength? At this moment, there were indeed a few geniuses in the Iron Sea Star group that were heading towards the Star of Kuan. These people were the geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Haha, interesting but too arrogant. I'd like to see what other trump cards this kid has. No matter how strong you are, you will still crawl under my feet. These powerful geniuses had different thoughts as they hurried towards the Star of Kuan. Of course, a star group was very vast. It was impossible to connect all the places with wormholes, so it would take some time to reach the destination. More than a day later, buzz. Ripples appeared in the air above Kunming Lake as a figure suddenly appeared. It was an extremely burly young man with 2 bull horns on his head. They were like 2 heavenly blades that pierced the sky. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person. He was only a quasi-emperor, but he gave off a feeling that he could swallow the universe. It was as if a terrifying divine emperor was standing in front of him. It's Nyo Sun from the Divine Ox clan. He's ranked 99 on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. There was a burst of exclamations. Many people were excited and their eyes lit up. The geniuses on the top 100 quasi-emperors list had finally arrived. Although the Divine Ox clan was not ranked high on the Primitive Universe 10,000 races list and had not entered the top 100, it did not mean that there would not be geniuses. Nyo Sun was a peerless genius of the Divine Ox clan. He was extremely powerful and had trampled many geniuses of the top 100 races under his feet. He was considered to be the most talented genius among the younger generation of the Divine Ox clan. Nyo Sun took a step forward and appeared in the air above the fighting stage. His tyrannical aura kept pressing down on Lu Ming. Looks like I'm lucky to be the first to arrive. Let me suppress Mu Yun, Nyo Sun said coldly. After that, he directly made his move. Boom. He took a step forward, and a gigantic ox hoof condensed in the sky, stomping down on Lu Ming's head. It looked like a casual kick, but in fact, Nyo Sun had used his full strength. He wanted to trample Lu Ming under his foot. He was also one of the Elven Princess suitors. He knew that the Elven Princess was probably watching. He wanted to show off his invincible self in front of the Elven Princess. He had complete confidence in himself. He had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and the other Sky Prides. Based on the battle prowess that Lu Ming had displayed, he was confident that he could suppress him. Before the huge hooves landed on the ground, the entire fighting ring shook violently. "You really can't wait. I'll fulfill your wish then." Niu Sun's attitude made Lu Ming very unhappy. Therefore, Lu Ming directly used 3 gravity orbs. The 3 gravity orbs flew up into the sky, and the violent gravity pressed down on Niu Sun. Niu Sun staggered and almost fell off the fighting ring. The ox hoof that he had condensed also trembled. Lu Ming flashed, dodged the attack of the ox hoof, and appeared above Niu Sun's head. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's feet continuously stomped on Niu Sun. The cells on Lu Ming's feet were also integrated with many leg-type secret techniques. When they erupted, the power was no weaker than his fists. In fact, every cell in Lu Ming's body contained the taboo power. Various secret techniques had been integrated into every cell in his body. Therefore, Lu Ming's entire body was a weapon that could erupt with powerful power. However, Lu Ming was used to attacking with his hands. Therefore, he had always used his hands before. It was the same with his feet. His huge feet stomped on Niu Sun's face. "Give him a taste of his own medicine." Niu Sun let out a loud roar. His horns glowed, and 2 saber lights burst out, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. However, the gravity from the 3 gravity orbs was too strong. It was much stronger than the gravity from 2 gravity orbs. No matter how strong Niu Sun was, he could not withstand it. Just the gravity orbs alone were enough to injure Niu Sun. Under the pressure of the gravity, it was very difficult for him to circulate the divine power in his body. His muscles and bones were trembling, as if they were about to break. Under such circumstances, how could he block Lu Ming's attack? The attack that he forced out was weak and powerless. Bam! The saber lights burst out from Niu Sun's horns were shattered by Lu Ming's foot. Lu Ming's feet continued to stomp on Niu Sun's face. Niu Sun screamed. His body fell to the ground like a meteorite and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It was too miserable. One of his horns had been broken by Lu Ming. His nose was crooked, and a large part of his face was caved in. Blood was flowing out. Moreover, he was pressed down by the gravity and was lying on the fighting ring like a dead dog. He could not move for a while. The geniuses and the experts who were watching through the dreamy heavenly jade were stunned. They thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Niu Sun, a top genius on the Quasi-Emperor's list, had arrived arrogantly to suppress Lu Ming. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming in an instant. He was trampled to the ground by Lu Ming. What the hell was going on? Many people could not react in time. It was not until Niu Sun groaned on the ground for a while that the crowd came to their senses. 3 gravity orbs. So this kid can activate 3 gravity orbs. What a miraculous treasure. Activating 1 gravity orb can increase its power by so much. He seems to have 12 gravity orbs in his hand. Can he activate all of them? Who can defeat him then? That's impossible. Normally, this kind of treasure requires a high cultivation level. If one's cultivation level is not high enough, it will be difficult to activate its power. Otherwise, a weak person can dominate a region with just 1 treasure. That's impossible. It's unrealistic. That's right. I think he can activate the power of 3 gravity orbs at most. The geniuses present were all successors of powerful clans. They had seen and heard of all kinds of treasures. Soon, they figured out the mysteries of the gravity orbs. However, even with that being the case, their expressions were still very serious. The power of 3 gravity orbs was already terrifying. Together with Lu Ming's combat strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even someone as strong as Niu Sun would be killed in 1 move if he was careless. Chapter 38:11. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of divine power swept Niu Sun off the fighting stage. He then kept the gravity orb and the strong gravitational force disappeared. However, at this moment, the void trembled, and the figure of a young man appeared. He was wearing a black robe and he was tall and slender. His face was pale and he was very handsome. Moreover, this person was very handsome. His pale skin and handsome face made him look like a woman. At the same time, a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Sun Moon Tribe, Xianxia. Someone exclaimed and was overjoyed. The young man who had just arrived was no ordinary person. He was from the Sun Moon tribe. The Sun Moon tribe was ranked 32nd on the primitive 10,000 tribe board. He was born with an extreme Yin body and could control the extreme cold force. Xianxia was a peerless genius in the Sun Moon tribe, and he was ranked 66th on the top 100 boundary emperors board. He was much stronger than Niu Sun. Xianxia stood in the air and looked around. When he saw the injured Niu Sun, his eyes narrowed and his gaze froze. Niu Sun, you are injured? Who injured you, Muyun? Xianxia was in disbelief. Xianxia, you have to be careful. Mu Yun can activate 3 gravity orbs. The gravitational force is strong, and it is at least 5 times stronger than 2 gravity orbs. Niu Sun said, his face still pale. However, he had thought that the gravitational force of 3 gravity orbs was 5 times stronger than 2 gravity orbs. When Lu Ming had fought against him, he had not activated all of his strength. If he activated all of his strength, the gravitational force would be 10 times stronger. Xianxia nodded and stepped out. He stood in the air above the fighting stage. Mu Yun attack? Xianxia said coldly. After all, he was not Niu Sun, and his combat strength was stronger than Niu Sun. Even if Lu Ming could activate 3 gravity orbs, he could still protect himself. The moment he spoke, Xianxia landed on the fighting stage. Against Lu Ming's gravity orbs, it was not wise to stay in the air. It would be easier to resist the gravitational force if he landed on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a layer of frost immediately appeared on the ground and spread towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a terrifying chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, wanting to freeze his entire body. Boom! All the cells in Lu Ming's body trembled and burst out with a terrifying vibrating force. In an instant, the chill was shaken away. At this moment, a pair of wings condensed from ice appeared on Xianxia's back. With a flap, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. There was a black airflow circling around his body. This was the power of Yin. It was said that a sliver of the power of Yin could freeze an entire planet. The power of Yin coiled around Xianxia's palm as he slammed it towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dodge and threw out a punch. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming retreated rapidly. There was a layer of ice on his arm and it was spreading toward his body at an alarming speed. A layer of ice armor had already appeared and it seemed as if it was going to freeze every cell in Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming channeled his forbidden energy and attacked with all his might before finally breaking away from the chill. The power of Yin is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. There was also the power of Yin in the lesser worlds, but it was completely different from the power of Yin in the primitive universe. The power of Yin in the primitive universe was many times more terrifying than the power of Yin in the lesser worlds. At this moment, Xianxia charged towards Lu Ming again. I've played enough with you. Lu Ming growled, and 3 gravity orbs flew out. Boom! A terrifying gravitational force instantly enveloped the entire fighting stage. Xianxia's body trembled, and he almost lost his balance. Boundless Taiyin freeze? Xianxia roared, and a tiny wisp of power of Yin appeared between his eyebrows. This wisp of power of the sun seemed small, but its power was even more terrifying. This was Xianxia's origin secret technique. As soon as the origin secret technique was used, the chill around Xianxia's body became even more terrifying. Countless cold waves rushed out in all directions, and the void completely froze. It was as if even gravity could be frozen. In fact, the gravity was not frozen, but a part of its power was blocked. Primitive ice god body. Xianxia roared, and his body underwent a drastic change. His body became somewhat transparent, like a piece of transparent ice. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia turned into a 10-meter-tall ice man. This was Xianxia's primitive divine body, which was modeled after the primitive ice god. In this way, Xianxia could be said to have used all his trump cards. He stepped forward, broke through the gravitational force, and charged at Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be afraid of him? His figure flashed and he punched out. Boom boom boom. The two of them clashed again, and this time, it was even more intense than before. Xianxia's battle strength was indeed terrifying. After going all out, even Lu Ming couldn't do anything to Xianxia for a while, even with 3 gravity orbs. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear victor. The combat ability of the Merchant and Yang Leaf was much stronger than that of Niu Sun. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming gradually activated the gravity of the 3 gravity pearls. In the beginning, the Merchant and Yang Leaf could withstand it. However, when the power of the 3 gravity orbs reached 90%, Xianxia finally felt immense pressure. He felt that his body was wrapped in layers of power, and the pressure made it difficult for him to move. He had to use all his strength to break through the gravitational force and block Lu Ming's attacks. At that moment, there were ripples in the air, and a figure appeared in the air. This was still a young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was quite handsome. He wore silver silk and had an elegant bearing. However, many people were shocked when they saw the young man. It's 9 Silkworm Prince from the Sky Silkworm tribe. He's here too. He's a terrifying genius ranked 49th on the top 100 Boundary Emperors list. He's even stronger than Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia was defeated by 9 Silkworm Prince before. Many people exclaimed. 9 Silkworm Prince was very famous among the people who were pursuing the Elven Princess. The Sky Silkworm tribe was ranked 26th on the primitive 10,000 tribes list. They were ranked higher than the Sun Moon tribe and the Elven tribe. 9 Silkworm Prince was a peerless genius of the Sky Silkworm tribe. Whether it was his background or his qualifications, they were top-notch. Among the Boundary Emperors, there weren't many who could match him. The reason why he was ranked 49th was that many of the people above him were from the top 10 tribes. After all, the top 10 tribes were too terrifying. Their bloodline talents were heaven-defying. Apart from the top 10 tribes, there weren't many Boundary Emperors from the other tribes who could match him. Chapter 38:12. 9 Silkworm Prince stood in the air, his gaze landing on Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xianxia, you may leave. Muyun is mine now. 9 Silkworm Prince said lightly. His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable tone. It was as if he was ordering Xianxia around, as if Xianxia was his subordinate. From this, one could conclude that 9 Silkworm Prince was an extremely conceited person. Xianxia was a conceited person as well, so his face instantly darkened to a terrifying degree. Boom! He and Lu Ming exchanged a blow, and the battle stage shook. Both of them took a few steps back. 9 Silkworm, I haven't decided a winner with Mu Yun. He's mine. Xianxia shouted. Humph, after so many blows, you still can't take down a 7th level Divine Lord. How dare you continue? Get lost. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. 9 Silkworm, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Xianxia was furious. Being reprimanded by 9 Silkworm Prince in public was an extremely embarrassing thing. His anger burned fiercely. Xianxia was also a peerless monster, not much weaker than 9 Silkworm Prince. But just because you're my defeated opponent. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. Humph, it's been 10,000 years since our battle. It's not certain who's going to win now. Xianxia's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Lu Ming didn't continue. Since Xianxia was going to fight 9 Silkworm Prince, he was naturally willing to be a spectator. So you want to challenge me? You overestimate yourself. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. His cultivation was also at the quasi-emperor level, but it was many times more terrifying than an ordinary quasi-emperor. His body was shrouded in a layer of hazy jade color, making him look otherworldly. 9 Silkworm Prince moved. In a flash, he charged toward Xianxia. His legs swept down on Xianxia. Sky Silkworm Leg, the ultimate technique of the Sky Silkworm race. Facing 9 Silkworm Prince's attack, Xianxia and Yang Yi didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had been defeated by 9 Silkworm Prince 10,000 years ago. Yang Yi roared. Tian Qi revolved around him, and a giant ice palm struck out. Layers of palm imprints and layers of leg shadows collided with each other, instantly erupting into dozens of explosions. Yin Shang and Yang Yi retreated, but 9 Silkworm Prince was also sent flying. 9 Silkworm, I haven't seen you in 10,000 years. You're just so. Seeing that he had blocked 9 Silkworm Prince's attack, Yin Shang Yangye's confidence increased greatly. Yin Shang, Yang Yi, you're courting death. 9 Silkworm Prince's face was incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was as sharp as a blade as a terrifying qi emerged. Whoosh! 9 Silkworm Prince charged at Yin Shang and Yang Yi again. Great shatter! 9 Silkworm Prince's leg shadows continued to envelop Yin Shang and Yang Yi. Boom! Their attacks collided once again. However, this time, Yin Shang and Yang Yi retreated rapidly after exchanging only a few moves. Everyone could see fine cracks appear on the surface of Yin Shang and Yang Yi's primordial divine body. Yin Shang and Yang Yi's primordial divine body was indestructible. After exchanging so many moves with Lu Ming hadn't been able to break through his defenses. However, 9 Silkworm Prince had broken through his defenses in just a few moves. 3,000 ancient secret arts, Great Shatter. 9 Silkworm, you've actually cultivated the Great Shatter. Yin Shang and Yang Yi roared in shock. It's the 3,000 ancient secret arts. The surrounding spectators also roared in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they could not calm down. Although the power of Origin secret arts wasn't weaker than the 3,000 ancient secret arts, they were too difficult to cultivate. Severing the 9 shackles was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the 3,000 ancient secret arts didn't have such shackles. As long as one's comprehension was high enough and had enough opportunities, they could quickly cultivate to an extremely high level and unleash terrifying power. In addition, there was a legend that the 3,000 ancient secret arts were related to a great secret. However, no one had been able to solve it after so many years. Of course, the 3,000 ancient secret arts weren't that easy to cultivate. Even if an ordinary person obtained them, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. However, 9 Silkworm Prince's talent was terrifying enough. The Great Shatter was already extremely powerful. It's actually the 3,000 ancient secret arts. Lu Ming's heart pounded fiercely. He hadn't thought that he'd come across another of the 3,000 ancient secret arts, the Great Divine Wind Art, just as he'd obtained one of the 3,000 ancient secret arts, the Great Shatter. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or an opportunity. A wisp of greed flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He cultivated the forbidden physique and needed secret arts the most, not to mention the 3,000 ancient secret arts. He had already decided that he had to obtain the Great Shatter. If I hadn't spent all my energy on the 3,000 ancient secret arts, I would have broken through to the Divine Emperor realm long ago. You want to fight me? Dream on. 9 Silkworm Prince said coldly. Everyone finally understood why 9 Silkworm Prince was only evenly matched with Yin Shang Yang Yi when he hadn't used the Great Shatter. It turned out that he'd spent all his energy on the Great Shatter. However, once he mastered the Great Shatter, 9 Silkworm Prince's battle power had indeed skyrocketed. It was enough to make up for all his losses over the years. Kill! 9 Silkworm Prince shouted coldly. Dazzling light shone from his body as he charged toward Yin Shang Yang Yi. The 3,000 ancient secret arts are just an ordinary secret art. I don't believe it's that strong. Yin Shang Yang Yi roared. Cold qi surged into the sky as he unleashed all his power toward 9 Silkworm Prince. Bam! Bam! The two clashed again, exchanging 8 moves. Crack! The sound of porcelain shattering rang out as cracks appeared on Yin Shang Yang Yi's body. He retreated rapidly as ice fell from his body. Yin Shang Yang Yi spat out blood, his face pale. He was no match for 9 Silkworm Prince. He was completely suppressed. So strong. 9 Silkworm Prince's battle power is so strong. Is this the power of the 3,000 ancient secret arts? Are the 3,000 ancient secret arts that much stronger than the Origin secret arts? Many people were shocked. Many people had heard of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, but very few had seen them. That was because many of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques had been lost. Now that they had seen them, their power was beyond imagination. It's not necessarily the 3,000 ancient secret arts. It depends on the cultivator. If one's talent and comprehension aren't good enough, they'll still be useless. 9 Silkworm Prince is strong because he's talented. 9 Silkworm Prince didn't defeat Xianxia purely with the Great Shatter. He combined the origin secret arts and the primordial divine body. Some knowledgeable people explained. Chapter 38:13. Everyone nodded. Indeed, how could the Grand Shatter art be so powerful that it could completely crush Xianxia and Xianxia? 9 Silkworm Prince had used all his strength when he attacked, using his Constitution secret technique and Origin secret technique to the extreme. Combined with the Grand Shatter art, he was able to defeat Xianxia and Xianxia. 9 Silkworm Prince charged toward Xianxia and Xianxia after gaining the upper hand. His legs lashed out like a storm at Xianxia and Xianxia, and the space cracked like tofu under such terrifying power. Xianxia and Xianxia roared and fought with all their might, but they couldn't change anything. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed continuously, and the terrifying energy of the Grand Shatter art landed on Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia vomited blood, and his body cracked inch by inch. In the end, he couldn't maintain his primordial divine body form anymore, and he collapsed and returned to his original form. Xianxia and Xianxia's body was in tatters, and he was sent flying out of the arena, vomiting blood. He was severely injured. Xianxia and Xianxia, this is the difference between us. I lost 10,000 years ago, and I can still lose now. Let me tell you, you're not my match in this life. Also, Yue isn't someone you can pursue. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. 9 Silkworm Prince stared coldly at Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia glared at 9 Silkworm Prince with an ugly expression. But he had lost, and he couldn't refute. The loser had no reason to lose. 9 Silkworm Prince ignored Xianxia and Xianxia, and turned to Lu Ming. Mu Yun, I'll give you a chance. With your status, you can't have any interaction with Yue, so cripple your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. 9 Silkworm Young Master said coldly, commanding Lu Ming. In his view, sparing Lu Ming's life was already a great favor. Whether Lu Ming agreed to marry the Elven Princess or refused, he couldn't be spared. Crippling his own cultivation was already a way out for him. Hee. Lu Ming sneered. This guy was trying to act cool in front of him. How laughable. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming said indifferently. Really? You've seen what happened to Xianxia. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you fought that piece of trash Xianxia. Let me tell you, you're still far from enough. 9 Silkworm Prince's eyes were cold and filled with confidence. I really don't know where a quasi-emperor gets the confidence to speak to me, a 7th-level divine lord, like this. With my cultivation, if I were a quasi-emperor, I would be able to suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming laughed mockingly. You're courting death. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted coldly. Lu Ming's words hurt 9 Silkworm Prince's pride. Originally, 9 Silkworm Prince was secretly jealous of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had such combat strength at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. He was jealous to death. Now that Lu Ming had said this, and the key point was that he was telling the truth, he was instantly enraged. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted coldly and charged at Lu Ming. His leg was like a steel whip, lashing toward Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, there would be a huge explosion in the space, bringing about destructive energy. Although he looked down on Lu Ming, his actions didn't. After all, Lu Ming had fought Xianxia to a standstill. Therefore, he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Physique secret technique, origin secret technique, great shattering technique. This kick raised his combat strength to the peak. Suppress. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 3 gravity orbs flew out. 100% gravity erupted. The terrifying gravity pressed down on 9 Silkworm Prince. 9 Silkworm Prince's body trembled. He was greatly affected. After all, when Lu Ming fought Xianxia, he didn't use the full power of the gravity orbs. At this moment, 100% gravity erupted. The power of the gravity was unprecedentedly strong. 9 Silkworm Prince felt that the divine power in his body seemed to be filled with mercury. It circulated more than 10 times slower, and he felt as if a dozen planets were pressing down on him. Break! 9 Silkworm Prince roared. His leg shook slightly, and the terrifying Great Shattering Technique erupted. The Great Shattering Technique was said to be able to shatter everything. Even the smallest particle could be shattered. Space instantly shattered into pieces, and even the powerful gravity began to distort. But at this moment, Lu Ming also launched an attack. His fist pierced through the void and blasted toward 9 Silkworm Prince. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. His leg shook, and he changed direction to attack Lu Ming's fist. Boom! The attacks of the two collided, causing a violent explosion. The next moment, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He retreated a few hundred meters before he could stabilize himself. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain coming from his fist. He lowered his head and saw that his fist had been torn apart, and there were cracks all over it. However, Lu Ming's powerful recovery ability quickly healed the injury. Is this the Great Shattering Technique? It's so powerful! Lu Ming was shocked. In the collision just now, Lu Ming felt that a terrifying power had erupted from 9 Silkworm Prince's side. This power directly shattered his various secret techniques, even the forbidden power, and was about to shatter his fist. Even the forbidden power couldn't block it. It was obvious how terrifying this power was. Of course, it wasn't that the forbidden power wasn't strong enough. It was just that Lu Ming's current cultivation was still weak. He was only a 7th level Divine Lord. If Lu Ming was at the Quasi-Emperor realm, the same level as 9 Silkworm Prince, the forbidden power would definitely be able to crush 9 Silkworm Prince. While he was shocked, Lu Ming's heart was also burning with desire. He wanted to obtain the Great Shattering Technique even more. This way, he could increase his combat strength. Everything will shatter under the Great Shattering Technique. What can mere gravity do to me? Break for me! 9 Silkworm Prince roared and used all his strength to activate the Great Shattering Technique. Together with his Constitution Secret Technique and Origin Secret Technique, the power was boundless. He broke through the gravity and charged at Lu Ming. You think there are only 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming sneered. At this moment he no longer held back and used the Great Divine Wind Technique. In an instant, a whirlwind wrapped around Lu Ming's palm. This was the power of the Great Divine Wind Technique. It was filled with terrifying cutting and destructive power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out with both fists and collided with 9 Silkworm Prince's leg technique once again. After a series of explosions, this time, the two figures retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and 9 Silkworm Prince retreated more than a dozen steps before regaining their footing. 3,000 ancient secret techniques. How can he know the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? 9 Silkworm Prince's shocked and sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was filled with shock, disbelief, and anger. How could a mere Lu Ming cultivate the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? The scene was also in an uproar. Everyone looked at Lu Ming, tongue-tied. Chapter 38:14. Everyone was flabbergasted and dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also grasped one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. All this while, Lu Ming still had a trump card. How could a 7th level Divine Lord be so strong? Kid, which one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques is that? 9 Silkworm Prince stared at Lu Ming. Great Divine Wind Technique. Lu Ming said. Great Divine Wind Technique. 9 Silkworm Prince's eyes were burning as he stared at Lu Ming. Kid, give me the Great Divine Wind Technique. As long as you kneel down and admit defeat, I can waive the condition of crippling my own cultivation. Ha! Lu Ming sneered. He could only sneer. This 9 Silkworm Prince was probably used to being superior since young. Although his cultivation talent was high, his IQ wasn't high. Seeing that he had already used the Great Divine Wind Technique, he was still so confident as if he could defeat Lu Ming. Where did his confidence come from? What are you laughing at? 9 Silkworm Prince felt Lu Ming's mockery, and his eyes turned cold. What are you laughing at? You're laughing too self-righteously. Tell me in my eyes, you're nothing. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. You're courting death. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted. This sentence again. Can't you change it? How about this? If you want the Great Divine Wind technique, I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet. How about it? Lu Ming said. What bet? 9 Silkworm Prince said. Let's bet on who wins and who loses. The loser has to give the 3,000 ancient secret techniques to the winner. If I lose, I'll give you the Great Divine Wind technique. If I lose, you'll give me the Great Divine Wind technique. How about that? Lu Ming voiced out the purpose in his heart. I won't lose. 9 Silkworm Prince was still very confident. If you say that, then it's meaningless. Let's not fight this battle. Goodbye. Lu Ming turned and was about to leave. Wait. 9 Silkworm Prince shouted. How could he let Lu Ming leave? He was determined to get the Great Divine Wind technique. Do you want to bet? Lu Ming stopped and turned around. All right, I'll make a bet. Whoever loses will hand over the 3,000 ancient secret arts. 9 Silkworm said. The people around him immediately cheered up. Lu Ming and 9 Silkworm Prince actually wanted to bet the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In that case, the two of them would definitely go all out. This battle would be very interesting to watch. Moreover, there would be a clash of ancient secret arts, which was extremely rare. Boom! Lu Ming and 9 Silkworm Prince stood on the battle stage. Powerful qi exploded from their bodies and collided with each other. Lu Ming waved his hand and continued to control the gravity pearls. The gravity of the 3 gravity pearls erupted, and the terrifying gravity pressed down on 9 Silkworm Buddha Prince. The power of the 3 gravity pearls was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a monarch-grade divine artifact, it would be crushed instantly. 9 Silkworm Prince was also greatly affected. He went all out, using the great art of fragmentation as the edge to break through the gravity and clash with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also used the Great Divine Wind technique. With the Great Divine Wind technique as the core, he used various secret arts to attack 9 Silkworm Prince. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fiercely exchanged dozens of blows. Lu Ming went all out and used the Great Divine Wind technique to finally block 9 Silkworm Prince's attack. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Amazing! I didn't expect Mu Yun's Great Divine Wind technique to be cultivated to such a level. What terrifying power! This Mu Yun looks very young. According to his life origin, he doesn't seem to be more than 10,000 years old. It's a miracle that he's so terrifying at such a young age. This talent is amazing. Many people sighed. The 3,000 ancient secret arts were rare, but the primitive universe was so big that there would be people who would obtain them. However, obtaining them was one thing, and cultivating them was another. In fact, many people who obtained the 3,000 ancient secret arts tried their best to cultivate them, but in the end, they failed and went back to cultivate the origin secret arts. Techniques were good techniques, but it also depended on the person who used them. However, what they didn't know was that Lu Ming had only cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique for a little more than a year. If they knew, their eyeballs would probably pop out. Lu Ming had cultivated to such a level in a little more than a year. When he erupted, he wasn't any weaker than 9 Silkworm Prince's great art of fragmentation. Of course, this had to do with his talent and comprehension. Ever since he merged with the forbidden power and became a forbidden body, Lu Ming found that his comprehension was getting more and more terrifying. It seemed to be constantly improving. No wonder the forbidden body was called a taboo, and even the heavenly palace was afraid of it. It wasn't without reason. Now that Lu Ming was cultivating ordinary mystic skills, he would be able to succeed easily. In addition, the environment was full of strong winds. Cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique complemented each other and was faster. As a result, Lu Ming cultivated it for more than a year, but its power was comparable to 9 Silkworm Princes for 10,000 years. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and they were evenly matched. 9 Silkworm Prince was a little impatient. One had to know that his purpose here was to suppress Lu Ming. Countless people were watching, and even Ling Yue was watching. But now, he couldn't take down Lu Ming. His anger soared. Die, brat! 9 Silkworm Prince roared, and his attacks became even more violent. Unfortunately, under the suppression of gravity, he couldn't use his full strength and couldn't defeat Lu Ming. 9 Silkworm Prince, I heard that the great art of fragmentation that you've cultivated for 10,000 years is only this powerful? How laughable. You call yourself a genius. Let me tell you, I've only cultivated the great divine wind technique for a year. 3,000 ancient secret arts, such an easy secret art to cultivate, actually took 10,000 years to cultivate. How embarrassing. Lu Ming laughed. More than a year? Everyone who heard this was stunned at first, but then they shook their heads. They didn't believe it at all. How could he cultivate the great divine wind technique to this level in a year? How was that possible? Nonsense. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. He didn't believe it at all. If Lu Ming cultivated the great divine wind technique to this level in a year, then what was he? Trash? No, he was even worse than trash. He couldn't accept it. You're trash, so you don't want to accept the excellence of others. How sad. Lu Ming said proudly. Impossible. Don't think of using such a method to disturb my state of mind. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. The others nodded, thinking that Lu Ming said that on purpose to disturb 9 Silkworm Prince's state of mind and make him reveal a flaw. They guessed right. Lu Ming did want to make 9 Silkworm Prince reveal a flaw, but what he said was the truth. Of course, no one would believe it. 9 Silkworm, is this your strength? What are you using to suppress me? If this continues, I'm going to lose. Lu Ming continued. Die. 9 Silkworm Prince roared. His state of mind was indeed a little chaotic. Chapter 38:15. First of all, 9 Silkworm Prince had been full of confidence, as if he could suppress Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. But now, he couldn't even gain the upper hand. He was anxious. Also, Lu Ming said that he had cultivated the great divine wind technique to such a level in a year. Although he didn't believe it, there was no doubt that Lu Ming had cultivated the great divine wind technique in a shorter time than him. To him, it had more or less affected him. Therefore, his mental state was a little chaotic, and he wanted to suppress Lu Ming as soon as possible. Once his mental state was in a mess, he would naturally have an opening. 9 Silkworm Prince's body glowed, and a jade sword flew out from between his eyebrows and slashed at the gravity orb. The gravity of the gravity orb was very uncomfortable for him, and he wanted to break through the pressure. Clang. The jade sword slashed at the gravity orb, and there was a loud boom. Unfortunately, the gravity orb was indestructible and couldn't be broken. It only retreated a little, and the gravity was still strong. Now! Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he caught 9 Silkworm Prince's opening. Lu Ming's figure suddenly changed, and like a phantom, he charged at 9 Silkworm Prince, his speed suddenly increasing. Since the great divine wind technique was related to wind, it could not only increase Lu Ming's attack power, but also increase Lu Ming's speed. Bush. Lu Ming appeared on 9 Silkworm Prince's left side, and his palm was like a sword, stabbing 36 times in an instant, all aimed at 9 Silkworm Prince's 3 openings. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It was too fast, so fast that many people couldn't react in time. 9 Silkworm Prince was worthy of being a peerless genius. He instantly changed his figure, and his leg kicked out like a gust of wind. At the same time, his palm was like a saber, slashing at Lu Ming's neck. This way, 2 of the 3 openings disappeared, and he made up for them. But there was still one more. Lu Ming's palm pierced 9 Silkworm Prince's chest. The terrifying power instantly tore apart 9 Silkworm Prince's defenses, and his muscles and bones were torn apart by the terrifying power. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and it was penetrating from front to back. 9 Silkworm Prince screamed, and his body frantically retreated. At the same time, he circulated his divine power to seal the wound, and wanted to counterattack. But how would Lu Ming give him such a chance? After injuring 9 Silkworm Prince in one move and gaining the upper hand, 9 Silkworm Prince's fate was already sealed. Lu Ming's attacks were endless. His attacks filled the entire sky. Bang! Bang! 9 Silkworm Prince was hit continuously. Although he was powerful, he could not withstand Lu Ming's attacks. A few more wounds appeared on his body. In particular, one of Lu Ming's moves had hit his head, almost causing his head to explode. His 9 silkworm princesses' secret was of his body, his soul. 9 his souls, his. His soul was greatly shaken, causing him to be dazed for a moment, and stars appeared before his eyes. 9 silkworm prince knew he was in trouble. He roared and launched an all-encompassing attack, using both his hands and legs to force Lu Ming back. But Lu Ming easily dodged his attacks and appeared above 9 silkworm prince's head. He ruthlessly kicked 9 silkworm prince's face, sending him flying. 9 silkworm prince's body flew out of the stage like a broken sack. He lay on the ground, groaning for a long time before crawling up and looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. 9 silkworm prince, you've lost. Hand over the grand shatter art. Lu Ming said. Hand over the grand shatter art? Don't even think about it. Kid, a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect dares to steal my grand shatter art. I'll die. Not only that, but I'll also destroy the Fengdu sword sect. 9 silkworm prince screamed hysterically. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with crazed murderous intent. He was really going crazy. His anger soared to the sky. He had lost to Lu Ming. He couldn't accept it. One had to know that there were countless people watching through the illusory heavenly jade, especially fairy princess Ling Yue. It was very likely that she was also watching. He had lost all face. When he thought of this, he couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces and execute Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming. Why did he resist? Why did he not allow him to suppress him obediently and allow him to boast? This is the genius ranked 49th on the quasi-emperor ranking list, the peerless monster of the heavenly silkworm race? Such a trash, going back on his words and going back on his words after losing. Lu Ming sneered. Shut up, you despicable thing. Shut up. 9 silkworm prince roared. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't shut up. He continued, just now, you said you wanted to send people to destroy my sect? You want to destroy the Feng City Sword sect? Everyone, brothers and sisters in the universe, you've all seen it. This is what 9 silkworm said. He wants to rely on the heavenly silkworm race to destroy the Feng City Sword sect. If something happens to the Feng City Sword sect, it must be done by the heavenly silkworm race. You must uphold justice, and the heavenly palace must uphold justice. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone looked at each other. Bastard. Some experts of the heavenly silkworm race also watched through the illusory heavenly jade. They couldn't help but curse. They scolded 9 silkworm and Lu Ming. 9 silkworm had lost, but he actually talked nonsense and went back on his words in public. He even wanted to take revenge. It was really embarrassing. And Lu Ming said that nothing could happen to the Feng City Sword sect in the future. Once something happened, it would be blamed on the heavenly silkworm race. Although the heavenly silkworm race didn't take the Feng City Sword sect seriously, if they really destroyed the Feng City Sword sect, their reputation would be ruined. Who would cooperate with them in the future? Not only that, their enemies would also use this as an excuse to attack them. After Lu Ming said that, the heavenly silkworm race not only couldn't touch the Feng City Sword sect, but also had to prevent others from touching the Feng City Sword sect. Otherwise, they would also have to send people to protect the Feng City Sword sect secretly. No wonder some experts of the heavenly silkworm race were cursing. 9 silkworm prince also slowly calmed down. He knew that it was impossible to destroy the Feng City Sword sect, but killing Lu Ming was possible. He just had to do it secretly. The murderous intent in his heart was incomparably cold. He stared at Lu Ming fiercely, like a wild beast choosing a human to devour. He must kill Lu Ming. Today he had embarrassed him so much. It was unforgivable. 9 silkworm, why aren't you handing over the great art of fragmentation? The heavenly silkworm race is also considered a big race. Is this the kind of person who goes back on his words? Lu Ming stared at 9 silkworm prince. I won't hand it over. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? 9 silkworm prince sneered. He might as well go all out. After all, he had already embarrassed himself. If he didn't embarrass himself a little more, he wouldn't hand it over. The great art of fragmentation was something he had painstakingly obtained. Hand it over to Lu Ming? He would probably vomit blood. Chapter 38:16. Nine Silkworm Prince looked at Lu Ming arrogantly. He was a peerless monster of the heavenly silkworm race. Now that everyone was watching, he didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to do anything to him. Bastard! Many former experts of the heavenly silkworm race cursed. Nine Silkworm had truly disgraced the heavenly silkworm race. On a distant and remote planet, the elf princess Ling Yue, wandering spirit, and the others also saw all of this. This Jioken is really shameless, really shameless. Someone like him actually wants to pursue the young lady. He's really out of his league. Compared to Jioken, that Mu Yun is much more pleasing to the eye. Yu Ling pouted angrily. Some people come from good backgrounds, but their character is not necessarily good. Ling Yue said. Yu Ling nodded repeatedly. Some people came from good families and were pampered since young. They could get whatever they wanted. No one would go against their wishes. Then, when they grew up, it would be the same. Even if his talent was astonishing, once he encountered a setback or encountered someone who went against his will, he would not be able to take it. His retarded face would be revealed without a doubt. Nine Silkworm Prince was clearly such a person. He had outstanding talent since he was young and had been nurtured by the heavenly Silkworm clan. It could be said that he could get whatever he wanted. It had also nurtured his self-confidence and character to do as he pleased. In the face of a stronger race, perhaps he would restrain himself a little, but in the face of a weaker race, his personality would undoubtedly reveal itself. What's more, facing Lu Ming, who was an incomparably despicable piece of trash in his heart, he was filled with a sense of superiority. But in the end he was defeated by Lu Ming. He found it hard to accept, and his ugly side was revealed without a doubt. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. So, you don't intend to hand it over? Very well, if you don't hand it over, then I'll take it myself. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he stepped into the air and charged towards Nine Silkworm Prince. Mu Yun, how dare you? I'm a peerless genius of the heavenly silkworm race. How dare you touch me? Nine Silkworm roared. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Lu Ming sneered. He sped up, turning into a phantom as he charged at Nine Silkworm Prince. In the blink of an eye, he was above Nine Silkworm Prince's head. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The violent fist force was like a storm, shrouding Nine Silkworm Prince. Nine Silkworm Prince was shocked. He didn't think that Lu Ming would really dare to attack him. At the critical moment, he resisted with all his might. However, he had just been seriously injured by Lu Ming and simply wasn't a match for Lu Ming. His attack had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist smashed into the Nine Silkworm Prince's face. Nine Silkworm Prince let out a miserable shriek. His handsome face was completely smashed, and his body flew out. The people in front hurriedly left. Before Nine Silkworm Prince could stop, Lu Ming had already caught up to him and stepped on him. Hand over Grand Shatter. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't even think about it, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I want you to die. I want you to die a horrible death, Princess Nine Silkworm roared madly. He was completely crazy, his eyes blood red. He was sure that Lu Ming would at most injure him and wouldn't dare to touch him. As long as he escaped, he would madly seek revenge. As for handing over Grand Shatter, it was impossible. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned completely cold. Did Nine Silkworm Prince really think that he wouldn't dare to touch him? At most, after killing him, he would leave the Fengdu sword sect and find another place to find a new identity. At most, it would take some effort and time. Lu Ming's body emitted a strong murderous intent. A long spear condensed in his hand. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's long spear directly pierced through Nine Silkworm Prince's legs, nailing them to the ground. Nine Silkworm Prince screamed, his body twitching nonstop. Although he would be able to recover even if his body was torn apart at his level, the pain wouldn't diminish. The surrounding people gasped in shock. Mu Yun was really daring to treat Nine Silkworm Prince like this. Although Nine Silkworm Prince was a little shameless and didn't keep his word, Lu Ming dealing with Nine Silkworm Prince was reasonable. No one could say anything. But Nine Silkworm Prince was a top monster of the Sky Silkworm race. Wasn't he afraid of the Sky Silkworm race's revenge? Although the Sky Silkworm race wouldn't openly attack the Fengdu sword sect, nor would they send people to deal with Lu Ming, secretly sending an expert to kill Lu Ming, or disguise as Lu Ming dying from qi deviation. It wouldn't be difficult. It could only be said that Lu Ming was very daring. "Bastard, I want you dead. I'm going to kill you." Nine Silkworm Prince screamed crazily. Bam! Lu Ming grabbed Nine Silkworm Prince's head and slammed it into the ground. The ground here was set up with a powerful formation, so it was very hard. But Nine Silkworm Prince's head still smashed a big hole in the ground. Bam! 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 Lu Ming didn't stop. He grabbed Nine Silkworm Prince and slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people felt their teeth hurt, and a chill ran down their spines. As for Nine Silkworm Prince, it was too horrible to look at. He was soon unrecognizable. But Nine Silkworm Prince still gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. "Stubborn. Do you really think I won't kill you? Since you won't hand it over, I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming's body was filled with cold killing intent. He condensed a long spear in his hand again. This time, Lu Ming stabbed at Nine Silkworm Prince's dantian. Poof! The long spear pierced into Nine Silkworm Prince's dantian and pierced his stellar core. At the quasi-emperor level, the stellar core would have 9 stellar rings revolving around it. It had already begun to merge and was showing signs of transforming into a star. After being hit by the long spear, Nine Silkworm Prince's stellar rings trembled and dimmed a lot. Even his stellar core shook violently. With a few cracking sounds, a few cracks appeared on his stellar core. With his stellar core severely damaged, Nine Silkworm Prince spat out mouthfuls of blood. He stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. The resentment in his eyes receded and was finally replaced by fear. Lu Ming actually wanted to destroy his stellar core. Destroying his stellar core was no different from killing him. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually have the guts to do so. He was a peerless genius of the heavenly silkworm race. He was high and mighty, with countless heavenly silkworm race experts behind him. Lu Ming, a mere disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, dared to touch him? He didn't believe it before, but now he had to because Lu Ming really did make a move. The murderous intent emitted from his body made him shiver all over. At this moment, the scene was also silent. Obviously, no one had expected Lu Ming to be so audacious. Sect leader Wang and the others from the Fengdu sword sect were pale. If Lu Ming really destroyed or killed Nine Silkworm Prince, the Fengdu sword sect would be under a lot of pressure. "Next move, I will completely destroy your stellar core," Lu Ming said coldly. The cold, murderous intent made Nine Silkworm Prince feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He didn't doubt that Lu Ming's next move would really destroy him. "I'll hand it over. I'll hand over the great shattering art to you," Nine Silkworm Prince shouted in horror. Chapter 38:17. Nine Silkworm Prince screamed in horror. "Hand it over." Lu Ming stopped. Nine Silkworm Prince gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to hand over the great fragmentation art. A jade talisman flew out from between his eyebrows and was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that the jade talisman recorded the great fragmentation art. Lu Ming was overjoyed and put it in his storage ring. Many people were envious. "Get lost." Lu Ming kicked Nine Silkworm Prince away but didn't kill him. After all, there were so many people watching and it was being broadcasted through the dreamy heavenly jade. If he killed Nine Silkworm Prince in front of everyone, he might provoke the old monsters of the heavenly silkworm race to deal with him. If he didn't kill Nine Silkworm Prince, those old monsters of the heavenly silkworm race would be too embarrassed to do anything. Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, so he had to be careful. If he was strong enough, he could kill Nine Silkworm Prince. What could the heavenly silkworm race do to him? Damn it! Damn it! Nine Silkworm Prince screamed in his heart. His body seemed to be burning with anger, but he didn't dare to stay. He used his remaining strength and ran away. No one else wants to fight? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and continued asking. No one dared to answer. Even 9 Silkworm Prince, who was ranked 49th on the Quasi-Emperor's top 100 list, had been defeated. Who else would dare to fight? This time, 9 Silkworm Prince was the strongest among those who had come to the Iron Sea Star Zone. The other Quasi-Emperor geniuses who were even stronger were either geniuses from the top 10 races, cultivating, or traveling. No one had come. After a while, no one came out to fight. Since no one dares to fight, all of you can get lost. Lu Ming scolded coldly and turned to leave. The geniuses present all looked terrible, but no one dared to fight. In the end, they all left. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his residence. Once he was back, Lu Ming took out the jade talisman that recorded the Great Fragmentation art and read it. A day later, Lu Ming completely memorized the Great Fragmentation technique in his heart. This was the true Great Fragmentation technique. There was absolutely no mistake. Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique, so it was easy for him to determine. However, it wasn't that easy to cultivate it. Even with 9 Silkworm Prince's talent, it took him 10,000 years to make some progress. No matter how heaven-defying his talent was, it was not something that could be successfully cultivated in a short period of time. Of course, if there was an environment suitable for cultivating the Great Fragmentation technique, it could greatly shorten the time. It was just like cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique. In just over a year's time, he had made some small achievements. Lu Ming wanted to start cultivating immediately, but this place was no longer suitable. That 9 Silkworm Prince was beaten so badly by me, and I even stole the art of fragmentation. I'm afraid he'll take revenge. Lu Ming began to ponder. He wasn't afraid of 9 Silkworm Prince, but he was afraid that 9 Silkworm Prince would bring experts from the heavenly silkworm race to deal with him in secret. Therefore, he planned to leave the Fengdu Sword sect first, and wait for the Heavenly Palace to recruit heavenly soldiers before returning to the Fengdu Sword sect to participate in the recruitment as a disciple of the Fengdu Sword sect. Thinking of this, Lu Ming wanted to move immediately. But at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he looked in a direction. The space in that direction began to ripple like water. Then, a figure appeared. Even with Lu Ming's mind, there was a brief moment of absent-mindedness. Because this was a woman, and an astonishingly beautiful woman at that. The woman had a long figure and wore an emerald green dress, like a spirit of all things. This woman was really from the elf tribe. From her pointed ears, it could be seen that she was very similar to the Yu Ling that he had seen some time ago. The Yu Ling was already very beautiful, but compared to this woman, she was overshadowed. If the Yu Ling and this woman stood together, other people's eyes would definitely fall on this woman and ignore the Yu Ling. The woman stepped on the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the woman, and did not speak. You are Mu Yun? The beautiful woman of the elf tribe stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming and asked. Her voice was extremely pleasant to hear, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Even a person who was in a bad mood would calm down when they heard this voice. Elf princess? Lu Ming nodded silently and then asked. With such a temperament, Lu Ming speculated that the other party was the elf princess Ling Yue. That's right. Ling Yue nodded and carefully sized up Lu Ming, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ming. But unfortunately, she couldn't get what she wanted. In her eyes, Lu Ming seemed to be wrapped in a layer of fog, unfathomable. Do you really want me to marry you? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, when he first heard that the elf princess wanted to marry him, his first reaction was that the elf princess was very ugly. Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to find someone to marry? It wasn't until the geniuses of various races were envious and wanted to challenge him that he realized that he was wrong. When he saw the other party's true appearance, he knew that he was ridiculously wrong. For someone like the elf princess, her talent, appearance, and background were all top-notch. It was likely that the number of people pursuing her could line up around Fengdu planet. Therefore, he was even more curious. Why did the elf princess want to marry him? Did she take a fancy to his talent? Or to fulfill the engagement? In any case, Lu Ming didn't believe it. I've already asked Wandering Spirit to explain it to you very clearly. The elf princess Ling Yue said. Wandering spirits said that you want to fulfill the engagement with me? Do you think I would believe such a reason? If you want to fulfill the engagement, why did you do it earlier? You're only here now? Lu Ming said, his tone full of suspicion. I've never seen you before, but I've seen you make a move on the Resource Alliance. Your talent is very high, and you're worthy of me. Is this reason enough? Ling Yue said. A pair of eyes that were as bright as autumn water blinked, as if they could speak. If other men heard Ling Yue's words, their vanity would explode. They would be so excited that they wouldn't be able to control themselves. They would probably agree without thinking. If he didn't agree, he would be a fool. Lu Ming was obviously not an idiot, but he still didn't agree. In the great desolate universe, there are countless geniuses, monsters, and innumerable talents. I'm afraid there are many who are pursuing you. What you're saying is more like lying to a child. Lu Ming said indifferently. There was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, this was no longer a pie falling from the sky, but a drop of gold and silver. It was obvious that something was wrong. If it was because of his charm, he could still believe it. You're really smart. Ling Yue sighed and said, to tell you the truth, my father wants me to marry a genius of the angel race and form a marriage alliance with the angel race to increase the influence of the elf race in the universe. However, that genius of the angel race has a bad character, so I don't want it. But the angel race is no small matter, and it's very difficult to refuse. However, as long as I get married before that, and marry someone who has been arranged to marry me, the angel race will have nothing to say. Chapter 38:18. Oh. Lu Ming responded with an oh. The reason given by Ling Yue was somewhat credible and could be justified. Of course, my marriage to you is not a real marriage, but a fake one. After all, there are no feelings between us. What do you think? Ling Yue said. What do you think? Of course it was to refuse. Lu Ming didn't even agree to a real marriage and he still wanted to fake it? How could he agree? Moreover, if he agreed to Ling Yue's request, he would have to offend that genius from the angel clan. You can think about it. Although we are fake married, it is because we do not know each other and do not understand each other. As we get to know each other better in the future, it is not impossible for it to become real. Ling Yue's gaze was like water, like a deep pool, causing people to sink into it. If it was an ordinary man, it would definitely be difficult for him to refuse such a condition. Even Lu Ming's heart thumped a few times. Ling Yue's charm was not just for show. Sorry, I already have a sweetheart. Please go back. Lu Ming said. You have a sweetheart? Really? Ling Yue's eyes, which were like autumn water, were slightly stunned. With a fiancée like her, how could Lu Ming like anyone else? And he would reject her because of others? The more she looked at Lu Ming, the more she felt that it was difficult to see through Lu Ming. It was a miracle that such a person could appear in a small Fengdu sword sect. At the same time, Ling Yue felt that her confidence had been dealt a blow for the first time. She had taken the initiative to marry a man, and the two of them were even engaged. She had never thought that the other party would reject her. She was very confident in herself. That was why she had only sent a wandering spirit to pass on the message last time. She didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly reject her. Later on, he even defeated the geniuses of various races who came to challenge him, displaying his terrifying strength and talent. In her opinion, even if it was a fake marriage, no one should be able to reject her if she gave them hope. However, she was still rejected. She was getting anxious. You really don't agree? Ling Yue couldn't help but ask again. Of course, I'll say it again. I already have someone in my heart. Moreover, if I agree to your request, I'll have to offend a prodigy of the angel race. It's not worth it. Lu Ming refused again. He did not say that he had a wife because he was now Mu Yun of Fengdu sword sect. Mu Yun did not have a wife. If he said that, he would be exposed. As for his sweetheart, that was easy to say. Who didn't have a few sweethearts? You? Ling Yue was a little angry. She used all her strength to scrape Lu Ming's eyes a few times, then said, All right, I'll tell you the truth. I want to marry you. Avoiding the geniuses of the angel clan is one reason, And the other reason is because of the life spirit origin stone fragments. What? Lu Ming's pupils constricted when he heard about the fragments of the natal spirit stone. His body emitted a powerful aura and killing intent. Being provoked by Lu Ming's killing intent, Ling Yue was shocked and instinctively retreated a distance. You have life spirit vitality stone fragments? Lu Ming stared at Ling Yue and asked. At the same time, his muscles trembled slightly as he prepared for a great battle. That's right, I have life spirit origin stone fragments. Unexpectedly, Ling Yue directly nodded and admitted it. No wonder you want to marry me. Your real goal is the life spirit origin stone fragments, right? You want to kill me while I'm unprepared and take away the life spirit origin stone fragments on me, right? Lu Ming said coldly as killing intent emerged from his body. You're wrong. Ling Yue said. I'm wrong? Lu Ming asked. Yes, you're wrong. Do you think that the owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments will fight to the death the moment they meet? You want to snatch the other party's life spirit origin stone fragments? Ling Yue said. Isn't that so? Lu Ming asked again. This was what the stone spirit of the life spirit origin stone fragments had told him. The owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments were destined to be enemies. The moment they met, they would have to fight to the death and snatch the other party's life spirit origin stone fragments. When all the life spirit origin stone fragments were gathered, one would be able to obtain a great opportunity and become the overlord of the universe. This point could be learned from Murong Qiushui in the past. When Murong Qiushui saw him, he wanted to kill him and take away his life spirit origin stone fragments. Of course not. Actually, the owners of the life spirit origin stone fragments don't have to fight to the death. They can cooperate, Ling Yue said. Cooperation? That's right. Did you hear the news from Shiling? Ling Yue said. That's right. Could it be that what the stone spirit said was false? Lu Ming said. Some of it is true, but some of it is false. The stone spirits have their own selfish motives. As long as they activate all the fragments and swallow all the stone spirits, they will become very powerful and become a complete life spirit stone. Naturally, they will instigate the owners of all the life spirit origin stone fragments to kill each other. If you don't believe me, you can ask the life spirit origin stone spirit. Ling Yue said. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. From the very beginning, he had felt that the old fellow was very cunning. In the beginning, he pretended to be an array spirit to deceive them. Lu Ming had never fully believed him. Old fellow, get out here. Lu Ming secretly shouted at the life spirit origin stone spirit. The life spirit origin stone fragments were also carried by his current body. His past self had cultivated all kinds of divine powers, and it was best for him to cultivate peacefully on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. His present self had to travel the universe, and only by bringing these treasures with him would he have a chance to uncover the secrets. With a flash of light, the life spirit origin stone spirit appeared. Lu Muyun, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. She's lying to you. What I said is true. You have to believe me. The life spirit origin stone spirit cried out as if it had suffered a great grievance. After I obtained the life spirit origin stone fragments, I was fooled by the stone spirit at first. In the end, I checked a lot of information and found some information. If you don't believe me, I can show you a portion of the information. Once you see it, you'll know whether it's true or not. Ling Yue said with a very confident expression. Old fellow, tell the truth. Lu Ming stared coldly at the life spirit origin stone spirit. What I said is true. The stone spirit shouted again. It's not too late for you to tell me the truth now. If I find out that you're lying later, I'll destroy you. You should know that I can do it now. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Chapter 38:19. After Shiling finished speaking, he looked nervously at Lu Ming, afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. He had always been by Lu Ming's side, so he knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. The taboo power could definitely obliterate him. This old fellow, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. This old fellow was indeed lying to him. There's one thing he's right about. The more fragments you gather, the more benefits you can obtain, but it's not certain. Ling Yue said. Look, I'm not wrong. Shi Ling seized the opportunity to shout. Gebet. Lu Ming hollered. The stone spirit hurriedly flashed and returned to the life soul essence stone fragments. It seems that you know very little about the life spirit origin stone. Ling Yue said. Indeed, very little. You know a lot? Then tell me, what is the origin of the life spirit origin stone? Is it really as shocking as Shi Ling said? Lu Ming said. Shi Ling didn't lie to you about this. The origin of the life spirit origin stone is indeed shocking, and even more shocking than what he said. Do you know about the life spirit heavenly court? Ling Yue asked in return. Life spirit heavenly court? What does it have to do with the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. The heavenly palace knew that the life spirit heavenly court was not listening at all. You should know that the primitive universe is divided into two eras. The first era is the era of the incipient god. A group of primitive gods were born at the beginning of the world. They were incomparably powerful and ruled the primitive universe. The second era is the era of the heavenly palace. At the end of the era of the incipient god, the heavenly palace killed the primitive gods, thus ending the era of the incipient god and opening the era of the heavenly palace. These two eras should not be ruled by the primitive gods and the heavenly palace. In these two eras, the primitive gods and the heavenly palace were supreme. But in fact, during this process, there were some terrifying forces that could even challenge the authority of these two. The life spirit heavenly court was a terrifying force that appeared at the beginning of the era of the heavenly palace. This force was hostile to the heavenly palace and was called the heavenly court. It was extremely powerful. Ling Yue said a lot in one breath. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. This was really unexpected. He had always thought that the heavenly palace was supreme and that no force could rival it. Even the top 10 races had to behave themselves in front of the heavenly palace. As powerful as the Dragon Clan was, they were still easily exterminated. In history, there was actually a power that could challenge the authority of the heavenly palace, and they were called the heavenly court. From this name alone, one could see how imposing they were. Such a powerful force actually appeared in history? Lu Ming muttered to himself, still in shock. It's very normal. In all the powerful races, there are such records. In history, there were more than one power that challenged the authority of the heavenly palace. One must know that in the beginning, there were 9 great heavenly palaces, but now, there are only 5 great heavenly palaces left. From this, one can tell how terrifying those powers are. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently once again. He didn't expect that there would only be 5 of the 9 heavenly palaces left. Where did those 4 go? Had they been destroyed? Only a powerful race like the Elf clan would know these secrets. Lu Ming had never heard of them before. It seemed that there were more secrets hidden in the great desolate universe than he had imagined. It was just that he had never been able to come into contact with them before. What about the life spirit heavenly court? Was it destroyed by the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked. It's hard to say. Ling Yue frowned slightly and said, the information I found is also very limited. I didn't specify whether the life spirit heavenly court was destroyed by the heavenly palace. However, the life spirit heavenly court has indeed disappeared. Even one of the 4 great treasures of the life spirit heavenly court, the life spirit origin stone, has been shattered. Therefore, many people speculate that the life spirit heavenly court should have been destroyed by the heavenly palace. One of the 4 great treasures of the life spirit heavenly court? Lu Ming grasped the main point. That's right. Legend has it that the life spirit heavenly court has 4 great treasures. Each of them has the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. As long as you obtain one of them, you can become a universe overlord. Ling Yue said. Look, I'm not wrong. As long as you gather all the fragments of the life spirit origin stone, you can become a universe overlord. The life spirit origin stone seized the opportunity to shout. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly with his spiritual sense, and the stone spirit obediently shut up. There are also legends that the remaining 3 treasures are all in the lost life spirit heavenly court. Moreover, other than the 3 great treasures, there are countless other precious treasures in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. For countless years, countless experts have tried to find the whereabouts of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. But I found out that the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone might contain clues to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Ling Yue said. The fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone have clues to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Then why don't you just ask the Stone Spirit? Lu Ming said. No, the Stone Spirit doesn't know either. Ling Yue shook her head. This girl is right. I really don't know. Moreover, the Life Spirit Origin Stone has been shattered and I have lost my memories, so I don't know either. The Stone Spirit shouted. I've said everything that needs to be said. How about it? Shall we cooperate? Ling Yue said. Cooperation? Lu Ming asked. You and I have a fake marriage. We don't need to get married. We just need to let the outside world know that we're dating. Then, we'll work together to hunt down the other owners of the Life Spirit Origin Stone, seize their Life Spirit Origin Stone, and search for the treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Ling Yue said. Isn't it fine to cooperate? Why do you have to seize other people's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments? Lu Ming said. That's right, cooperation is fine, but others won't cooperate with you properly. In addition, the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments can be said to be a proof of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. The more you collect, the greater the benefits you will receive. In fact, with the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments, you can obtain a powerful force. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. I need to explore it myself. If we cooperate, I've already told you all the information I know about the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was very tempted. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court was a power that could challenge the Heavenly Palace. If they could find the treasures left behind by the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, how shocking would that be? Especially the 3 great treasures, they were treasures that countless people would covet. As for the condition, it was only to pretend to be in a relationship with Ling Yue. This condition was not unacceptable. After all, his current identity was Mu Yun. In the future, it would not spread to Xianxia and Autumn Moon. Moreover, pretending to be in a relationship with such a beauty was also a pleasure. In addition, he had originally planned to leave this place first. It just so happened that he could leave with Ling Yue to investigate the matter of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was decided so happily. Lu Ming made his decision. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3820. Alright, I can promise you that, but I'm very curious about something. If you really have a fragment of the Life Spirit Origin Stone, why can't I sense it? Lu Ming asked curiously. Those who possessed fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone could sense each other when they were close to each other. When he first met Murong Qiushui, he had easily sensed it. However, even after talking so much with Ling Yue, he still couldn't sense any fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone on her body. My physique is special. I can completely seal and isolate the aura of the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments. Those who also possess fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone will not be able to sense it for a short period of time. Ling Yue explained. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Ling Yue was actually able to seal the aura of the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments, preventing others from sensing them. This shocked Lu Ming, because according to the Life Spirit Origin Stone Spirit, there was no way to do this. Any sealing method could block the prying eyes of others, but as the owner of the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments, it was very easy to sense them. As for Ling Yue, she was able to seal it so that he couldn't sense it. If this Lu Ming really agreed to marry Ling Yue, he was afraid that Ling Yue would unknowingly take away the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone. Lu Ming even guessed that Ling Yue wanted to fake a marriage with him from the beginning. Avoiding the angel race's geniuses was one of her goals, so she might not have planned to fake a marriage and secretly seize the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone. It was probably because she saw Lu Ming's astonishing talent and battle prowess, and that Lu Ming had never agreed to her request that she revealed the truth. Moreover, there was another benefit. Ling Yue could sense others and others could not sense her. She could swagger close to the owners of the other life spirit origin stone fragments, and others would not be on guard against her. Then she would suddenly attack and seize the life spirit origin stone fragments. It was simply impossible to guard against. Then what should we do as the first step in our cooperation? Lu Ming continued to ask. The first step is, of course, to work together to seize more life spirit origin stone fragments. Only by gathering more life spirit origin stone fragments can we obtain more clues. Ling Yue said. Then do you know, other than you and me, who else has the life spirit origin stone fragments? Lu Ming asked. I know one. Ling Yue's gaze turned as she said, this person is a peerless monster from the blood demon race, Xue Ming. Blood demon race. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The blood demon race was also an extremely powerful race. It was ranked 55th on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking. It was said that the blood demon race had a close relationship with the blood race, one of the top 10 races. What about you? Do you have any news about the other owners of the life spirit vitality stone? Ling Yue asked Lu Ming. I have one too. Lu Ming said. He was naturally talking about Murong Qiushue. You really know? Ling Yue was very surprised. Just now, she had only casually asked and did not have any hope. This was because under normal circumstances, when the owners of the natal spirit stone fragments met, they would definitely fight fiercely until one side died. There were very few who wanted to live in peace. This person is called Murong Qiushue. Do you know him? Lu Ming said. Murong Qiushue? I've never heard of him. Which race is he from? Ling Yue said with a frown. This person has used the primordial divine body and has many arms. Immediately, Lu Ming described Murong Qiushue's appearance. Could it be the Murong family of the multi-handed race? It's very possible. Ling Yue said, her big eyes releasing a dazzling light. I met him in a special world back then. I don't know if he has returned to the Murong family yet. Lu Ming was a little uncertain. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, Murong Qiushue had followed the experts of that world into a deeper world. He didn't know if Murong Qiushue had come out yet. Thinking of this, Lu Ming thought of the myriad god. The myriad god had also entered that deeper world to cultivate, so he didn't know how he was doing now. With the myriad god's talent, his current cultivation should be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was looking forward to meeting the myriad god. We can go take a look first. The blood demon race's Xue Ming is not easy to deal with. Let's go find Murong Qiushue first and then Xue Ming. How about it? Ling Yue said. All right, I have no objections. Lu Ming nodded. Murong Qiushue wanted to kill him, so it wouldn't be bad if he could take this opportunity to get rid of Murong Qiushue. The two of them discussed for a bit before setting off. After setting off, Lu Ming used the Dream Divine Jade to send a message to Sect Master Wang. He told him that he had something to do and would leave the plentiful City Sword sect for a while. If the Heavenly Palace started recruiting heavenly soldiers, he should send him a message. Ling Yue was the elven princess, so she knew much more than Lu Ming. On the way, Ling Yue led the way, bringing Lu Ming to the multi-handed race's Murong family. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about the life spirit heavenly court from Ling Yue, as well as some other secrets. At the same time, the two of them discussed their next plan. The plan to deal with Murong Qiushue was very simple. It was a honey trap. Yes, a honey trap. As long as they came to the Murong family's territory, Ling Yue would take the initiative to appear. With Ling Yue's fame, once she appeared, it would definitely cause a stir. Countless young geniuses would want to pay their respects. If Murong Qiushue had already returned to the Murong family and heard that Ling Yue had appeared, he would definitely pay her a visit. When the time came, Lu Ming would appear. As long as Lu Ming appeared, Murong Qiushue would definitely sense the life spirit source stone fragment on Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming would lure Murong Qiushue away and deal with him. The multi-handed race was also a large race. It was one of the races on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list, ranked around 5,000. The multi-handed race was mainly composed of several large families and the Murong family was one of them. Although the multi-handed race was much weaker than the elven race, Ling Yue couldn't openly send experts to steal Murong Qiushui's life spirit source stone fragment. There were rules in the great desolate universe. A strong race, without any reason, domineeringly dealt with a weak race. It would definitely be protested by the other races and even punished by the Heavenly Palace. Of course, if a weak race provoked a strong race, they would be courting death. However, it was impossible for a strong race to send people to kill their way over when they took a fancy to the treasures of a weak race. Therefore, even if Ling Yue's background wasn't simple, she still had to rely on herself to obtain the life spirit source stone fragment. Also, how precious was the life spirit source stone fragment? Who would dare to expose it so easily? Who would dare to borrow the hands of others? After a period of time, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the area controlled by the Murong family. After arriving here, Ling Yue deliberately appeared to buy divine medicine. As expected, it immediately caused a stir. The news of Ling Yue's appearance quickly spread throughout the entire multi-handed race. Countless geniuses of the multi-handed race went to visit Ling Yue, wanting to interact with her. What if he could win the heart of a beauty? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3821. On the Divine Arm Planet, the Divine Arm Mountain Villa was elegant and unique. Legend had it that it was the place where a senior of the multi-hand race cultivated. After that senior died, the Divine Arm Mountain Villa became a scenic spot. Many prodigies of the younger generation of the multi-hand race would come here to admire the glory left behind by the senior. Huge gatherings would also be held here. This time, many top prodigies of the multi-hand race came forward and invited the fairy princess Ling Yue to gather at the Divine Arm Mountain Villa. Ling Yue gladly agreed, and the prodigies of the multi-hand race were ecstatic. Rumor had it that Ling Yue was incomparably cold and arrogant. Normally, she wouldn't accept the invitation of others. However, this time, she had accepted the invitation of the prodigies of the multi-hand race. Naturally, they were ecstatic. In an instant, a large number of prodigies of the multi-hand race rushed towards the Divine Arm Planet. It was said that many prodigies of the multi-hand race were in seclusion and had temporarily ended their seclusion to rush to the Divine Arm Planet, wanting to take the opportunity to befriend Ling Yue. Not only that, but some prodigies of other races who were traveling in the territory of the multi-hand race also rushed to the Divine Arm Planet after hearing the news. Therefore, on this day, a large number of prodigies gathered at the Divine Arm Mountain Villa. Not only were there from the multi-hand race, but there were also people from other races. Lu Ming naturally sneaked into the Divine Arm Mountain Villa as a prodigy of another race. By the way, have you seen the fairy princess Ling Yue? Beside Lu Ming, some youths began to discuss. I've seen a portrait in the Dream Divine Jade. She's truly a peerless goddess. It's said that she's even prettier and more elegant than in the Dream Divine Jade. The key is that her talent is high. Indeed, there are so many peerless prodigies in the primitive universe. It's easy to imagine how many of them can enter the Pearl list. Normally, with our status, we wouldn't be able to see them at all. I didn't expect to see them today. How great would it be if I could marry the fairy princess? Stop dreaming. You think you can do it? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? If it were me, it would be more like it. What did you say? You rotten sweet potato, you're the one who's dreaming. The scene was in an uproar. Many people gathered together to discuss. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. I heard that the elven princess wanted to marry someone called Mu Yun, but she was rejected by Mu Yun. Have you heard? I heard about it. That Mu Yun is just a disciple of a small force. He's so arrogant. If I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Suddenly, someone changed the topic to Lu Ming. Immediately, flames of anger appeared in their eyes. It was as if Lu Ming had killed their fathers. Lu Ming smiled wryly. He began to wonder if it was a mistake to cooperate with the elven princess. Lu Ming muttered a few words before looking around. What made Lu Ming disappointed was that he could not find any trace of Murong Qiushui. The elven princess has arrived. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. In the sky, a figure walked over. It was Ling Yue. So beautiful. Many people revealed infatuated looks as their eyes widened. Immediately, a few of the most famous geniuses of the multi-armed race soared into the sky to welcome Ling Yue. They welcomed Ling Yue into a pavilion. The pavilion was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. Princess Yue, I heard that you want to marry that Mu Yun? Immediately, someone asked. That's right, Mu Yun and I have an engagement. Ling Yue whispered. So what if there's an engagement? That Mu Yun is arrogant and conceited. In my opinion, it's fine if we don't fulfill this engagement. With a person like Princess Yue, how can that Mu Yun be worthy? A youth with 4 arms said with a proud face. The meaning behind his words was that he was worthy of Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue pretended not to hear his hint. That's right. If there's a chance, I will definitely suppress that Mu Yun and vent my anger for Princess Yue. Another genius spoke up. Then, there was a burst of excitement. Ling Yue replied absent-mindedly as she looked at Lu Ming. She was asking about Murong Qiushue. However, the attention of the geniuses at the side was 100% focused on Ling Yue. They saw Ling Yue's every move. Ling Yue had peeked at Lu Ming time and time again, so they naturally discovered it. Could it be that Princess Yue has taken a fancy to this pretty boy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. These people began to fill in the blanks. When Lu Ming saw Ling Yue looking at him, he naturally had to respond and slightly shook his head. Nest, what does this mean? When the others saw this, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The speed at which their brains filled in the blanks suddenly increased. Could it be that Ling Yue and Lu Ming were exchanging glances with each other? Ling Yue had taken a fancy to Lu Ming and hinted to Lu Ming, but Lu Ming shook his head and refused? His heart ached. Many geniuses felt their hearts ache. They said all sorts of nice things and revealed their best side, but Ling Yue didn't even look at them. As for Lu Ming, he sat there without saying a word, but he kept receiving Ling Yue's attention. Why was that? Was it because he was good-looking? Could good looks be eaten? Unhappy, these geniuses were jealous and unhappy. When they saw Ling Yue look at Lu Ming again, many of them exploded. It's a rare gathering today. With Princess Yue here, why don't we spar a little to help with the wine? A young man stood up and said. That's right, sure. All right. Many people responded. Then, a young man with 4 arms looked directly at Lu Ming. Brother, I see that you have an extraordinary appearance. Why don't we spar? The 4-armed youth said. The first one to challenge me? Lu Ming was stunned. However, the aura of the 4-armed youth was clearly locked onto him. There was no mistake. He was just sitting here. Why was this person staring at him? Could it be because of Ling Yue? How smart was Lu Ming? He immediately thought of the flirting with Ling Yue just now. These people were probably jealous. Of course, Lu Ming wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Since this brother wants to spar, then let's spar. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. The two of them soared into the air and stood high in the sky. Then, their auras erupted. The 4-armed youth's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, the same as Lu Ming. Lu Ming had never hidden his aura. Just now, he had seen that Lu Ming was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, which was why he challenged Lu Ming. You and I are at the same level. I want to see what abilities you have and how many moves you can take from me. Remember, cultivators are not ordinary people. It's not enough to be good-looking. Looks are just skin and are useless to us. The 4-armed youth said proudly. Then, divine light burst forth, and 4 sabers appeared on his 4 arms. Make your move, Lu Ming said coolly. Towards a person at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, he really couldn't raise his interest. In a battle of the same level, he had not encountered many people who could fight along the way. Not to mention, he had a taboo body now. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3822. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. In the 4-armed youth's eyes, Lu Ming was being arrogant and looking down on him. Hence, he was even more furious. Humph. You're just a human. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Take my 4-saber stream, infinite slash. The four-armed youth roared and dashed towards Lu Ming. His four sabers spun wildly and slashed towards Lu Ming. The four sabers seemed to have become a whirlpool of sabers, trying to swallow Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He was still watching calmly. Is this brat scared out of his wits? Why isn't he fighting back? Does he think he can easily take Shangguan Yunxiu's attack? Shangguan Yunxiu is a supreme talent of the multi-hand race. He's famous in the multi-hand race. Not many people can compare to him. Humph. This brat is either scared out of his wits or he's courting death. Someone sneered. At this moment, Shangguan Yunxiu's attack was about to land on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Boom. Lu Ming threw out a punch, causing the air to tremble. The violent fist force was like a transparent pillar of air that blasted towards the whirlpool formed by Shangguan Yunxiu's saber. With a loud bang, the whirlpool of sabers disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Shangguan Yunxiu's body flew back with a scream. He fell straight down and landed heavily on the ground. His body was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and there were wounds all over his body caused by the force. Shangguan Yunxiu was defeated in one move. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Most of the people present were supreme talents of the multi-hand race. Naturally, they knew Shangguan Yunxiu. They knew that Shangguan Yunxiu's combat strength was top-notch, but they did not expect him to be defeated by Lu Ming so easily. It seems that this brat is quite strong. Thoughts flashed through many people's minds. Interesting. Brat, you're quite strong, but you're too arrogant. Let me take you on. Another young man sneered. A cold aura enveloped Lu Ming. This was an 8th-level Divine Lord multi-hand race's prodigy. I'm arrogant? Lu Ming was speechless. He hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, okay? How was he arrogant? This youth was probably just finding a reason for himself to make a move. After all, he was an 8th-level Divine Lord, 1 level higher than Lu Ming. He was suspected of using force to suppress the weak, afraid that Ling Yue would look down on him. If you want to make a move, then make your move. Cut the crap. Lu Ming said indifferently. Umph. The young man snorted coldly and was about to make a move. At that instant, more than 10 figures could be seen flying toward them rapidly from the distance. They were the Sky Prides of the multi-hand race. These Sky Prides must have traveled a long way, which was why they had only just arrived. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the vitality stone fragment in his body tremble violently. Murong Qiu Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flickered a few times. He was ecstatic. Among the dozen or so people behind him, who else could the leader be but Murong Qiu Shui? Murong Qiu Shui had indeed left the primordial world and was lured out by Ling Yue. Their plan had already succeeded by half. On the other side, Ling Yue also looked at Murong Qiu Shui. Clearly, she had also sensed the vitality stone fragment in Murong Qiu Shui's body. However, Ling Yue had used a special method to seal the aura of the vitality stone fragment, so Murong Qiu Shui couldn't sense it. However, he could sense the aura of the vitality stone fragment in Lu Ming's body. Swish! Murong Qiu Shui's eyes emitted a resplendent divine light as he stared at Lu Ming. A burning light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, Murong Qiu Shui didn't attack immediately. With so many people here, the news of the vitality stone fragment couldn't be spread. Lu Ming and Murong Qiu Shui looked at each other. Their eyes flickered, indicating that they had also sensed the other party's vitality stone fragment. Kid, make your move. The 8th-level Divine Monarch multi-hand race prodigy stared at Lu Ming and shouted. All right, then I'll play with you. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After saying this, he charged at the other party. A light sword condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the light sword and charged at the other party, taking the initiative to attack. The other party gave a cold snort and 5 arms appeared on his body. In the multi-hand race, the more arms one had, the higher their talent. This person's talent was even higher than Shangguan Yunxiu's. This person was a very famous prodigy in the multi-hand race. His name was Shangguan Yunqing. Swish, swish, swish. Shangguan Yunqing held 5 sabers in his hand and slashed out. 5 saber lights cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang, clang. The saber lights and Lu Ming's sword lights constantly clashed. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no victor. Of course, it wasn't that Shangguan Yunqing was so powerful that he could fight Lu Ming with a cultivation 1 level higher than Lu Ming. Rather, Lu Ming deliberately fought to a draw with Shangguan Yunqing. He didn't use much strength at all. Seeing Murong Qiushui come, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't reveal his strength. Otherwise, what would he do if he scared Murong Qiushui? Scaring Murong Qiushui wasn't part of their plan. Soon, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. At this time, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Even so, it shocked the surrounding people. Lu Ming was actually slowly suppressing Shangguan Yunqing with a cultivation 1 level lower. It was shocking. Shangguan Yunqing roared and used all his strength. The sabers in his 5 arms seemed to turn into 5 divine lights, so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. He was already using all the strength he could muster. Humph, watch me defeat you in 1 move. 1 sword cold 19 provinces. Lu Ming roared. His sword light suddenly exploded, breaking Shangguan Yunqing's saber light in 1 fell swoop, leaving a deep sword mark on his body. Shangguan Yunqing retreated. His body was almost cut in half, suffering heavy injuries. You've lost, Lu Ming said in a very arrogant tone. The move he called out just now was fake. There was no such move at all, it was just a bit more power. Lu Ming knew that he had to use some powerful trump cards to show his extraordinariness. This was because the Life Soul Source Stone fragment only chose top-level monsters. So, he couldn't appear too weak or too strong. Otherwise, it would arouse Murong Qiushui's suspicion. Shangguan Yunqing unwillingly retreated. I'll fight you. At this moment, another multi-handed race genius stood out, wanting to challenge Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming didn't have the heart to accept his challenge, so he directly refused. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You want to avoid me? Seeing Lu Ming leave, Murong Qiushui sneered in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes revealed a cold glow. In his opinion, Lu Ming must have sensed the Life Soul Source stone fragment in his body and was afraid that he would make a move, so he left early to avoid Murong Qiushui. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3823. In Murong Qiushui's eyes, Lu Ming had left early to avoid him. But was it that easy to avoid him? It was clearly impossible. You all stay here. I have something to do, so I need to leave first. Murong Qiushui ordered the youths who came with him. Then he came in front of Ling Yue and said goodbye to her before quickly leaving. We're about to succeed. Now it's up to Mu Yun. Seeing Murong Qiushui leave, Ling Yue was filled with joy. Murong Qiushui did not head in Lu Ming's direction at first because it would be too obvious. Once Lu Ming left, he headed in the same direction as Lu Ming, which would make people think. After he left the God Arm Manor, he used his full speed to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's speed was not fast. After he left, he directly flew out of the God Arm planet and into the starry sky. With his current speed, even if he did not fly at full speed, he was still shockingly fast. He kept moving through the starry sky and soon he was far away from the God Arm planet. Who? Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and stared intently at the void in front of him. You really are worthy of being the person who obtained the Life Soul Source stone fragment. Your spiritual sense is truly sharp. A cold voice rang out. Following that, the void that Lu Ming was staring at rippled and a figure appeared. This figure was Murong Qiushui. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up to Lu Ming. You're finally here, Lu Ming softly said. Murong Qiushui had caught up, so he did not need to pretend anymore. Of course I'm here, we don't need to hide anymore. Hand over the Life Soul Source stone fragment on you and I can let you live, I'll spare your life. Murong Qiushui coldly said. If I hand over the Life Soul Source stone fragment, will you let me go? Aren't you afraid that I'll reveal the disappearance of the Life Soul Source stone? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Murong Qiushui's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he said with a cold smile, "It seems like you're not stupid." When he said he would let Lu Ming go, it was just a casual remark. Naturally, he would not let Lu Ming go. He had snatched Lu Ming's life soul essence stone fragment and let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming would definitely leak the news of the life soul essence stone. How could he let Lu Ming go? "You want to kill me? Let's see if you can do it." Lu Ming said. "Humph, do you think that with your 7th level Divine Lord cultivation, you can contend with me? How naive." Murong Qiushui gave a cold laugh. As soon as his voice fell, a blade glow appeared in his hand. It was a flying dagger. Its speed was astonishing as it pierced towards Lu Ming's glabella. Quasi-Emperor. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming could sense that Murong Qiushui's cultivation had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. Back in the primordial divine spirit world, Murong Qiushui's cultivation had only just broken through to the 1st level Divine Lord realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. It could be imagined that Murong Qiushui had also obtained a great opportunity during this time. In fact, those who could obtain the recognition of the life soul essence stone fragment all had terrifying talent and great opportunities. They were all geniuses among geniuses, 1 in a billion heroes. The flying dagger's speed was extremely shocking, instantly approaching Lu Ming. Ding. At the critical moment, Lu Ming sent out a punch, blocking the flying dagger. The two exploded with a heaven-shaking explosion, and then Lu Ming quickly retreated. He felt a bloody mark appear on his fist. Such shocking attack power. Lu Ming felt that the power of Murong Qiushui's attack was close to the attack power of the small dagger. "You can actually take my dagger? Not bad, you are worthy of being recognized by the life soul meteorite fragment. It seems like you were hiding your strength before." Murong Qiushui was very surprised to see Lu Ming take his dagger. With Lu Ming's previous performance, he definitely wouldn't be able to take this dagger. "Use your full strength, otherwise, you won't have a chance to use it in the future." Lu Ming said. "No chance to use it? Ha, ha. Could it be that you want to kill me?" Murong Qiushui laughed. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, he hadn't used his full strength just now. Did Lu Ming think that he could kill him? Too naive. A powerful aura erupted from Murong Qiushui's body. At the same time, he used his origin secret technique. His origin secret technique was still a set of flying daggers. But compared to before, Murong Qiushui's origin secret technique was many times stronger. It had already severed 3 shackles. At the same time, he turned into a primordial divine body, a giant primordial divine spirit with 9 arms. "Die for me!" Murong Qiushui roared. The 9 flying daggers pierced through the air, killing Lu Ming with terrifying might. This person's battle strength was shockingly strong. He wasn't much weaker than the 9 silkworm prince of the heavenly silkworm race. This was where his confidence came from. Not to mention that Lu Ming was only a 7th-layer divine monarch. Even if Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. In an instant, he activated the battle incantation, which increased his combat power by 5 times. All the cells in his body trembled continuously, activating all the energy within them. Lu Ming punched out continuously. Terrifying fist energy erupted, continuously attacking Murong Qiushui's flying daggers. Every time they collided, there would be a huge explosion in the starry sky. The terrifying energy and dagger light swept across the starry sky for billions of miles. Countless meteorites exploded. A dagger light split a giant resource planet in half. A terrifying fist energy hit a star, creating a passageway in the middle of the star. It almost caused the star to explode. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 50 moves, but there was no clear winner. It had to be said that Murong Qiushui's battle strength was really strong. With his battle strength, he was close to the 9 silkworm prince. Even if he was placed in the top 100 quasi-emperors list, he would be ranked in the 50s. However, Murong Qiushui was even more shocked. With his battle strength, he couldn't take down Lu Ming. How much strength had Lu Ming hidden before? It was too terrifying. With Lu Ming's battle strength, why did he seem to be afraid of him and leave in a hurry? Not good, I've been tricked. This person deliberately lured me out. With a flash of inspiration, Murong Qiushui guessed Lu Ming's goal. You deliberately lured me out, right? Are you confident that you can deal with me? Murong Qiushui roared and raised his battle strength to the peak. A set of flying daggers fused together, forming a giant flying dagger. Xiu. The giant flying dagger flew at Lu Ming. It was terrifying to the extreme. Great Divine Wind Technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He used the Great Divine Wind Technique and also raised his battle strength to the peak, attacking Murong Qiushui. With a heaven-destroying explosion, the giant flying dagger shattered. Murong Qiushui spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 38-24. When Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind Technique, Murong Qiushui finally couldn't resist and was forced back by Lu Ming's attack while coughing out blood. Great Divine Wind Technique, are you Mu Yun? Murong Qiushui roared out. The matter between Mu Yun and Ling Yue had caused a stir, so how could Murong Qiushui not know? Thinking about how Ling Yue had suddenly appeared here, he was even more certain that the person in front of him was Mu Yun. A young heaven's pride that knew the Great Divine Wind Technique and had a relationship with Ling Yue. If it wasn't Mu Yun, who else could it be? He naturally wouldn't think that the person in front of him was Lu Ming from the primordial world. The current Lu Ming had used the three-corpse beheading technique to create his current body, which was a pure forbidden body. His life origin aura had undergone a fundamental change, so he naturally couldn't recognize him. I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming coldly said. His body was wrapped in wind as he charged at Murong Qiushui. With a palm, it was like a cosmic storm had swept through the starry sky, sweeping through the vast starry sky. Murong Qiushui was enveloped by the endless wind, like a small boat in the sea. Murong Qiushui roared out as he charged forward with all his might, wanting to break through. However, he was already injured, so it was even harder for him to break through Lu Ming's attack. In the endless wind, the two of them continued to exchange blows. After a few moves, Murong Qiushui was hit by Lu Ming again. Half of his body exploded and he was heavily injured. Don't even think about killing me. Murong Qiushui's eyes were blood red as his divine power burned. He went all out and in the end, even his primordial divine body began to burn. Xiu. He turned into a resplendent blade light and charged to the other side of the starry sky, wanting to escape. He went all out like this, but he was actually able to break through the wind and was about to charge out. However, Lu Ming's expression was very relaxed. There was no change at all and he wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. Because there was no need to rush to chase after him, he had already released Qiu. Xiu. In the starry sky, a moonlight spear light shot out, stabbing at Murong Qiushui. The moon-colored spear glow was incomparably sharp. It broke through the void and released a terrifying whistling sound. It contained a destructive power that made Murong Qiushui's face pale with fright. He gathered all his strength and turned it into a flying dagger, blocking in front of him. Clang! The moonlight spear light collided with the flying knife light. A dazzling light appeared and in the next moment, the flying dagger's blade glow was shattered. The moon-colored spear glow did not stop as it stabbed into Murong Qiushui, piercing through his body. The lower half of Murong Qiushui's body had been completely blown apart, leaving only his head and chest intact. His injuries were extremely serious, leaving him extremely weak. He no longer had the strength to fight. With a flash of moonlight, Qiu's silver spear appeared, turning back into a ball. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth as it stared at Murong Qiushui. Metallic life form? How did you get this metallic life form? Murong Qiushui stared right at Qiu with eyes filled with disbelief. He recognized Qiu. In the past, Lu Ming had combined with Qiu to defeat him. Although the metallic life forms looked very similar, after carefully sensing it, he could still recognize that this metallic life form belonged to Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming's metallic life form appear by Mu Yun's side? Mu Yun was Lu Ming? Impossible, their life source auras were completely different. This could not be faked, he definitely would not make a mistake. This metallic life form originally belonged to me, so of course it's by my side. What? How long has it been and you already don't recognize me? Lu Ming stepped through the air. While he spoke, his appearance began to change, turning into Lu Ming's original appearance. Murong Qiu Shui saw Lu Ming's appearance and his pupils rapidly shrank. Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. Impossible, how could you be Lu Ming? Your life source, how could it change? Murong Qiu Shui gave a hysterical roar. The great desolate universe is endless and there are countless secret techniques. How could you know? I used a secret technique to change my life source aura. Murong Qiu Shui, I didn't kill you in the primordial god world, but it's not too late to kill you now. Lu Ming coldly said as he stepped through the air with the endless wind. With Lu Ming's words, Murong Qiu Shui was certain that the person in front of him was Lu Ming. Like this, it was even harder for him to accept. He gave a hysterical roar. No, impossible, this is impossible, I'm not willing. He felt slightly better if he had been defeated by the world-renowned Mu Yun. However, he could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by Lu Ming. During this time, he had obtained a large opportunity and wildly improved in all aspects. Compared to the past, he could not be compared at all, he was much stronger. He had been filled with confidence before that if he met Lu Ming again, he could suppress Lu Ming with a single finger. It was a pity that when he met Lu Ming, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. This blow to him was just too big. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming coldly said. Without wasting words, he charged at Murong Qiu Shui with the endless wind. The current Murong Qiu Shui did not have any strength to fight back, he could not dodge Lu Ming's attack at all. With an unwilling pitiful cry, Murong Qiu Shui was turned to ashes in the wind. Even his soul could not escape. However, Lu Ming had a sense of propriety, he still kept Murong Qiu Shui's storage ring. In addition, after Murong Qiu Shui turned to ashes, a white light flashed and flew off into the distance. Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming could see with a single glance that it was a Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment that wanted to escape. A Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment would normally choose its master. If it did not recognize its master, it would escape. But now it had no choice. Qiu. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu. Qiu's body flashed and appeared in front of the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Its body wriggled and turned into a large net, blocking the path of the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming reached out with his hand and with endless wind, he grabbed at the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. The Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment did not have any power on its own and could not escape at all. Lu Ming grabbed it. Let me go, let me go. An old man appeared on the Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. He looked exactly the same as the rock spirit in Lu Ming's Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. This was also the rock spirit. But this rock spirit had a look of horror on its face, as if it knew that it was in trouble. Ha, great. Let me swallow him. This way, the two Life Spirit Source Stone Fragments can fuse together. The life spirit in Lu Ming's body, the rock spirit, shouted excitedly. Go! Lu Ming used the forbidden power to control the rock spirit and then released his Life Spirit Source Stone Fragment. Lu Ming's life spirit, the rock spirit, immediately pounced at the rock spirit and tore at it. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3825. The stone spirit of Murong Qiu Shui's life soul source stone struggled wildly, but Lu Ming controlled it with his forbidden power. It couldn't break free at all and couldn't even resist. It couldn't resist and could only be beaten. Soon, Lu Ming's stone spirit swallowed a piece of it and it became weaker and weaker. You swallowed me, but you'll be swallowed by others sooner or later. The stone spirit let out an unwilling roar and cursed Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit. But in the next moment, its roar came to an abrupt end because it had been shattered by Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit and was crazily absorbing it. After absorbing Murong Qiu Shui's life soul source stone spirit, Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit glowed and its aura became stronger and more condensed. And that life soul source stone spirit also merged with Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit. Lu Ming's life soul source stone spirit grew in size and shined brightly. How is it? Did you make any progress after swallowing the other stone spirit? Or, do you know more about the life soul heavenly court? Lu Ming asked the stone spirit. The stone spirit burped and said with a satisfied look, I've learned some things. I'm afraid that the heavenly court life spirit hasn't disappeared yet. It's still floating in the vast universe. Also, the 9 life soul palaces under the heavenly court life spirit haven't been destroyed yet. If we can find the heavenly court life spirit and the 9 nethersal palaces, we'll gain endless treasures. What? The life soul heavenly court and the 9 life soul palaces are still there? Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the life soul heavenly court destroyed by the heavenly palace? I don't know the details. Maybe the ruins are still there and the experts of the life soul heavenly court have all died. The life soul source stone spirit said. Lu Ming nodded. That was possible. The life spirit heavenly court was the mortal enemy of the heavenly palace. How could the heavenly palace allow the life spirit heavenly court to exist in the world? If so, how could they maintain the status of the heavenly palace? Lu Ming's heart began to burn. If the life soul heavenly court still had 9 life soul palaces floating in the universe, it would be a great opportunity to find them. This was because if they were controlled by the heavenly palace, they would not be allowed to wander freely in the universe. Floating in the universe meant that it was not under the control of the heavenly palace. Then do you know where the life spirit heavenly court or the 9 life spirit palaces are? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. The rock spirit answered very straightforwardly, which greatly disappointed Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the fragments of the life spirit essence stone. He did not linger and left in a flash. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at a remote planet and waited, because this was the place where he and Ling Yuwei had agreed to meet. Sure enough, not long after, Ling Yuwei walked through the air like a fairy from a painting. How is it? Did you succeed? Ling Yuwei asked with a smile. Actually, when she saw Lu Ming appear here, she knew that Lu Ming had succeeded. Lu Ming nodded and said, Murong Qiushui's life spirit stone fragment has already fused with mine. When I obtain the next life spirit stone fragment, it will be yours. No problem. Ling Yuwei smiled and then asked expectantly, You fused with Murong Qiushui's life spirit stone fragment. Did you get any news? News about the life spirit heavenly court? Almost none. Lu Ming did not hide anything and told her the news that the rock spirit had told him. Ling Yuwei was also a little disappointed. Next, let's go find the blood demon race's Xue Ming. Ling Yuwei said. Now, you should tell us how we are going to deal with Xue Ming, right? You should have a plan, right? Are you still going to rely on the beauty trap? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Ling Yuwei shook her head and said, I've studied Xue Ming for a long time. Xue Ming is much harder to deal with than Murong Qiushui. It's impossible to rely on the beauty trap because this person is a cultivation maniac and has no interest in women. Moreover, this person's combat strength is very strong. Although his cultivation is only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, he is ranked 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Even many Quasi-Emperor realm monsters of the top 10 races have been defeated by him. 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He had fought with 9 Silkworm Prince before and knew how terrifying he was. However, 9 Silkworm Prince was only ranked 49th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. Xue Ming, on the other hand, was ranked 11th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. He was definitely standing at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm in the universe. His combat strength was most likely extremely terrifying. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, Ling Yuwei was ranked 16th on the Quasi-Emperor realm top 100 list. In a one-on-one battle, she was probably not a match for Xue Ming. This was also the reason why Ling Yuwei had not made a move. Now that she had Lu Ming's help, she decided to make a move. Yes, but the most troublesome thing about Xue Ming is not his strength, but his cautiousness. This person cultivates the blood demon doppelganger technique and can cultivate multiple doppelgangers. Usually, when he is outside or when he encounters something, it is his doppelgangers who take action. A treasure like the Life Spirit Source Stone fragment will definitely be carried by Xue Ming's main body. Even if we kill his doppelgangers, we won't be able to obtain the Life Spirit Source Stone fragment. Ling Yue explained. Lu Ming frowned. According to this, Xue Ming was indeed very difficult to deal with. He was far from being comparable to Murong Qiuxue. You must have a plan. Tell me everything. Lu Ming said. I do have a plan. The first step of the plan is to lure out Xue Ming's main body. If we want to lure out Xue Ming's main body, there is only one way, which is to rely on the Blood God fruit. Ling Yue said. Blood God fruit. That's right. Xue Ming cultivates the Blood Demon Divine Body, which is a very powerful physique secret technique. The Blood God fruit has an extremely shocking effect on cultivating the Blood Demon Divine Body. In fact, the Blood God fruit has an extremely strong effect on people who cultivate the Blood Dao. However, the Blood God fruit has a special characteristic. Once it is picked, it must be consumed in a short period of time. Otherwise, the medicinal properties of the Blood God fruit will quickly dissipate. Therefore, as long as there is news of the Blood God fruit, Xue Ming's main body will definitely make a move. This is because even if he uses his doppelgangers to obtain the Blood God fruit, he won't be able to absorb it in a short period of time. Ling Yue said. So, you already have news of the Blood God fruit? Lu Ming said. That's right. After many investigations, I do have news of the Blood God fruit. Ling Yue nodded. However, have you thought of a problem? Even if we have news of the Blood God fruit and release the location of the Blood God fruit, can the two of us deal with Xue Ming? As long as Xue Ming brings a few high-level divine emperors with him, we will be seeking death. Lu Ming said. That's right. These monstrous geniuses were not lone wolves. They had huge clans behind them. As long as Xue Ming brought a group of experts with him, they would not be able to make a move. Chapter 3826. If Xue Ming brought a group of experts with him, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless Ling Yue also brought a group of experts from the Elf clan, then their plan and the matter of the Life Spirit Origin Stone would be exposed. So, it's about the next step of the plan. It's the most important. Over the years, I have refined a secret treasure. With my special physique, I can move the entire Blood God fruit tree away without letting the energy of the Blood God fruit disappear. Then I can move the Blood God fruit tree to a place where experts of the Divine Emperor realm cannot enter. In this way, even if Xue Ming can bring people with him, he can only bring people of the Quasi-Emperor realm. For us, the Quasi-Emperor realm is not a problem. Ling Yue also explained the next step of the plan. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ling Yue's plan was so meticulous that she had calculated every step. Could be said to be flawless. It could be seen that Ling Yue had been planning to deal with Xue Ming for a long time. This woman was very scary. Lu Ming secretly warned himself in his heart that he had to be careful when cooperating with this woman. If he was careless, he would be swallowed whole by her. Where is the location of the Blood God fruit? Also, where do you want to transplant the Blood God fruit tree? Lu Ming asked. The Blood God fruit is in the Blood Shadow Fiend land, and the best place to transplant it is in the Pangshan ruins. The Pangshan ruins is a ruin left behind by a powerful force in the ancient times. In this ruin, there is an incomparably powerful array formation. Existences above the Divine Emperor realm cannot enter, or else they will be attacked by the Great Array formation. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. In fact, many forces would have similar formations. Experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation would not be able to enter. Only the weak could enter. This was also a form of protection for their own forces. What if an expert suddenly attacked from the inside? Lu Ming chatted with Ling Yue for a while. After that, Lu Ming went through the plan in his mind and found that it was indeed feasible. Xue Ming could not resist the temptation of the Blood God fruit. His main body would come out and snatch the Blood God fruit. That would be their chance. Alright, the plan is set. Let's go to the Blood Shadow Fiend land and transplant the Blood God fruit tree. Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them set off for the Blood Shadow Demonic land. The Blood Shadow Demonic land was actually not very far from the territory controlled by the Blood Demon tribe. However, It was a long distance away from the territory controlled by the multi-hand race. Even if there were wormholes, there were still some roads that weren't connected by wormholes. It took the two of them half a month to reach the Blood Shadow Demonic Land. The Blood Shadow Demonic Land was an extremely special place. In the starry sky, there were numerous continents floating. The number of these continents was shocking, and it was impossible to see the end of them. Within the endless mainland, there was a blood chi that shrouded the entire place, making it look hazy. According to legends, the Blood Shadow Demonic Land was a huge planet in the distant past. This planet wasn't an ordinary one. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Although it wasn't as big as the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it wasn't too far off. In the primitive universe, there were all kinds of celestial bodies that could give birth to living beings. There were all kinds of small kiliocosms and medium kiliocosms. There were also floating mountains, floating islands, and floating continents in the universe. Of course, the most common celestial body was still the planet. There were many types of planets. For example, planets that could give birth to life, planets that could mine ores, or planets that could grow divine medicines. There were also some desolate planets. As for the planets of life, they were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Most of the planets that Lu Ming had seen were the most ordinary ones. There were also high-level planets and superplanets. The highest level was the mother planet of the various races. It was born at the beginning of the universe and had given birth to primordial gods, such as the Dragon Clan's mother planet. As for the Blood Shadow Demonic Land, at the beginning, it was a super planet. Later on, a super war broke out and this super planet was destroyed, forming the Blood Shadow Demonic Land. Legend has it that a powerful existence fell in the Blood Shadow Demonic Land. His blood scattered everywhere, and his blood aura didn't dissipate for countless years, forming the Blood Shadow Demonic Land. Furthermore, because of this blood aura, many evil creatures were born inside. Be careful when you enter later. Ling Yue reminded. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them flew into the Blood Shadow Demonic Land like two streaks of light. As soon as they entered the Blood Shadow Demonic Land, the blood mist rushed towards the two of them. It was extremely corrosive, and Ling Yue circulated her divine power to block it. As for Lu Ming, he naturally didn't need to circulate his divine power. His skin was a powerful defensive force that blocked the corrosion of the blood mist. Kill, kill, kill. Moreover, waves of roars came out from the blood mist. It was like a demonic sound that shook one's soul. Those with weak willpower would be affected by this demonic sound, causing them to go crazy and go berserk. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were both extraordinary people. Their willpower was firm, so this bit of demonic sound was nothing to them. Ling Yue took out a map and looked at it. There were tens of millions of floating continents here. Without a map, finding a blood god fruit tree would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The two of them flew in the same direction. Yee! Suddenly, strange cries could be heard. Then, a large group of blood-colored birds rushed out from a continent and rushed towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. They were like countless streaks of blood light. Let me do it! Ling Yue shouted. In her hand, an emerald green longbow had unknowingly appeared. Ling Yue pulled the bowstring, and an emerald green arrow immediately condensed. Releasing the bowstring, the emerald green arrow flew out like a bolt of lightning. An astonishing scene appeared. The emerald green arrow flew out and continuously split apart. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, 8 divided into 16. The speed at which it split was extremely fast. In a breath's time, the sky was filled with emerald green arrows. When the arrows approached the strange birds, the sky was filled with arrows. It was unknown how many there were. Puff, puff, puff. The blood-colored birds that filled the sky were struck by the arrows, pierced through by the arrows, and fell to the ground. In just an instant, the densely packed blood-colored birds were all killed. What a powerful method! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. This kind of archery skill really made people gasp in amazement. This was only Ling Yue's casual attack. If she were to seriously attack, who knew how powerful she would be? She was ranked 16th on the Quasi-Emperor Top 100 list, a proud daughter of heaven on the Pearl list. She was definitely an influential figure in the universe. Although Lu Ming had a taboo body, he didn't dare to underestimate these monsters. After the strange birds were killed, the two of them continued forward. Next, the two of them would be attacked by various strange creatures from time to time. However, these creatures weren't very strong and were easily killed by the two of them. The two of them took turns to attack and quickly flew over 100 continents. Chapter 38:27. The two continued to fly towards the location of the blood god fruit tree. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from not far ahead. Rays of divine light burst forth, accompanied by strange roars. In front, there was a group of people wearing blood-red robes, surrounding and killing a group of blood-red tiger-like creatures. And this group of blood-red tigers was surrounding a blood-red flower. Hurry up and kill these beasts. We can't let these beasts destroy the blood demon flower. A youth wearing a blood-red robe with a golden skull embroidered on it gave the order. The tiger-like life forms were mostly 3rd level to 6th level Divine Lord existences. And these blood-robed people were all 7th level Divine Lord and above. Their combat strength was much stronger. Under a series of attacks, the tiger-like life forms were all slain. That youth picked the blood demon flower in joy. "Let's go," Ling Yue said. She didn't want to cause any more trouble and wanted to go around from the side. "Stop them." The two of them hadn't flown far when a cold voice sounded from the blood-robed youth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a flash, more than a dozen blood-robed people surrounded Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The blood-robed youth walked over and stared at Ling Yue, completely ignoring Lu Ming. "Haha, I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in such a place. The heavens are really biased towards me, huh?" The blood-robed youth laughed loudly, an evil light flashing in his eyes. Ling Yue's face darkened. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that this fellow had taken a fancy to Ling Yue. "Scram!" Ling Yue shouted coldly. Being looked at by the blood-robed youth like this, she felt uncomfortable all over. "Oh, your temper isn't small, but I like it. You guys, kill that brat and control this girl. Leave her to me to deal with." The blood-robed youth gave the order. "Brat, die for me." An 8th level Divine Lord old man held a sharp sword and stabbed at Lu Ming. The sword light was sharp and went straight for Lu Ming's glabella, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one strike. But an ordinary 8th level Divine Lord really didn't enter Lu Ming's eyes. Bang! Lu Ming moved later but arrived first. He kicked out and accurately kicked the old man's face. The old man screamed as his body flew out like a broken sack. His face was completely deformed. Everyone else was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming's strength was so strong, defeating an 8th level Divine Lord powerhouse in one move. "How dare you hit my men? Let's attack together and cripple this brat." The blood-robed youth roared furiously. Boom, boom. More than a dozen blood-robed men emitted powerful auras as they charged towards Lu Ming. These people, there were 7th level Divine Lords, and there were also 8th level and 9th level Divine Lords. There were even 2 quasi-emperor level figures. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, his heart filled with killing intent. Since these people didn't know what was good for them, he didn't mind sending them on their way. However, before Lu Ming could make a move, Ling Yue had already made her move. An arrow suddenly flew out of Ling Yue's hand. This arrow seemed to have a mind of its own as it danced in the air like a bolt of lightning. Blood splattered in all directions. More than a dozen blood-robed men, including the blood-soaked youth, were shot at the same time. Some people were shot in the chest, some in the shoulder, and the blood-robed youth was shot in one of his eyes. However, these people did not die. Clearly, Ling Yue had shown mercy. More than a dozen blood-robed men looked at Ling Yue in horror. Ling Yue's strength was too terrifying. More than a dozen experts, including 2 quasi-emperors, were injured in an instant. "Get lost!" Ling Yue shouted coldly. The blood-robed youth and the others hurriedly ran away in fear. "You're not going to kill them?" Lu Ming said. "There's no deep hatred. I'll give them a chance. If there's a next time, I won't show mercy," Ling Yue said. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. This Ling Yue still had the temper of a big race's young miss. She probably didn't have much experience. If it were Lu Ming, since he had made a move, he wouldn't show mercy to avoid future troubles. However, Lu Ming wouldn't deliberately chase after her. Next, the two of them continued to move forward. Just like that, a few days passed and they finally approached their destination. In front of them was a huge continent. The blood mist on this continent was denser than in other places, and the creatures it nurtured were also more powerful. The two of them restrained their auras, avoided those creatures, and arrived at a valley. In the depths of the valley, blood energy filled the air, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The blood god fruit tree should be in the depths of this valley. Let's go in, Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped into the valley with Ling Yue. Suddenly, furious roars came from all directions, and the ground began to rumble. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses were charging toward them. Countless monsters charged towards them. In the sky, a group of blood-robed people appeared. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw the blood-soaked youth from before. Go to hell, you two bastards. Those blood-soaked youths revealed ferocious expressions, their killing intent as cold as knives. Ling Yue's face immediately darkened. Obviously, these monsters were lured here by the blood-soaked youth and the others. Their goal was to borrow the power of the monsters to kill Lu Ming and the others. You're courting death, Ling Yue shouted coldly. She spared the other party's life, but the other party actually came to kill her, which made her want to kill. Buzz! The emerald green longbow reappeared, and the arrows flew out, turning into countless emerald green arrows. Immediately, a large number of monsters were killed by the arrows. In the blink of an eye, thousands of powerful monsters were killed. So strong! In the sky, the blood-robed people's expressions changed, shocked by Ling Yue's strength. However, they were not afraid, because this time, there were god emperors following them. Swish! At this time, Lu Ming soared into the sky and rushed towards the blood-robed youth and the others. A 7th-level divine lord dares to come up. You're courting death, go and kill him. The blood-robed youth shouted coldly. Immediately, a quasi-emperor stepped out, turned into a sword light, and charged towards Lu Ming. In their opinion, Ling Yue was a quasi-emperor, so she was a great threat. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 7th-level divine lord. How much of a threat could he be? A quasi-emperor was more than enough to deal with him. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, aiming at the other party's sword light. When the sword gleam collided with Lu Ming's fist, the sword gleam directly collapsed. The fist force did not stop and continued to crush the other party. The crimson-robed quasi-emperor did not even have the chance to scream. Under the crushing force of Lu Ming's fist, the crimson-robed man exploded and his body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? The blood-robed youth and the other blood-robed people couldn't help but widen their eyes. A 7th-level divine lord killed a quasi-emperor in one move. Monster, this was a peerless monster. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3828. Boom! Lu Ming stepped in the air, reaching the same height as the blood-robed youth and the rest. He stepped forward and headed toward the blood-robed youth. He was going to kill all of them. Little boy, do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Blood Skull Pirate Group. You dared to kill our people. We'll take revenge on you, shouted the young man in the blood-red robe. So you're from the Blood Skull Pirate Group. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew about the pirate group. The great desolate universe was too vast. In the boundless starry sky, there were opportunities everywhere. This naturally gave birth to countless interstellar pirates and interstellar pirate groups. However, most of the interstellar pirate groups were not that strong. However, among all the interstellar pirate crews, there were some who were extremely powerful. They were one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. The Bloody Hole Pirate Group was one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. The top 10 interstellar pirate groups were extremely strong. They were as strong as some of the strongest clans in the primitive universe. It turned out that those people were from one of the top 10 interstellar pirate groups. No wonder they were so bold and ruthless. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Of course, he was not afraid. He continued to step forward, causing the void to tremble violently. The young man in the blood-red robe was furious. He shouted, "Kill that bastard!" Boom! An old man next to the young man in the blood-red robe stepped forward. His chi was as deep as the sea. It moved towards Lu Ming to suppress him. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword gleam burst forth, piercing through the void and piercing toward Lu Ming's glabella. That old man was a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. That was why the young man in the blood-red robe was so confident. However, he was just an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Lu Ming did not take him seriously. Lu Ming activated his battle formula and punched the old man in the blood-red robe. His fist chi was as strong as a mountain. It destroyed everything in its path. As soon as the opponent's sword light touched Lu Ming's fist strength, it violently shook and then exploded with a bang. The old man's expression changed drastically. His hands trembled rapidly, and blood chi filled the air. An even more powerful sword light shot out and collided with Lu Ming's fist energy. With a boom, the old man's body trembled violently and he retreated rapidly. His body trembled, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This is impossible? The blood-robed youth's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming actually injured a divine sovereign with one punch. A mere 7th-level divine lord, how was this possible? He found it hard to believe. But the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed and punched with both fists. One fist energy after another pierced through the void toward the Blood Skull pirates. The fist energy shot out at an astonishing speed, and many of the Blood Skull pirates were reduced to ashes before they could even react. Lu Ming didn't hold back at all. When he had attacked, he had already planned to kill them all. After the fist energy filled the sky, only 3 people survived. 2 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer took the blood-robed youth and retreated hastily. However, the 2 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had joined hands to block Lu Ming's attack, and they had both been injured. "Hurry up and run! He's a monster! Hurry up and run!" shouted a big godly emperor layer cultivator. His voice was trembling and he looked terrified. However, as soon as he finished talking, an arrow streaked across the sky and shot towards him. That person didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. It was Ling Yue, of course. She had killed a godly emperor with one arrow. "Let's go!" shouted the remaining godly emperor layer cultivator. He was terrified and quickly retreated with the blood-robed youth. However, Lu Ming waved his hand and 3 gravity pearls flew out. A terrifying pressure enveloped the sky. The blood-robed youth couldn't resist such a terrifying gravity. He was directly crushed by the gravity and died on the spot. The godly emperor layer cultivator also vomited blood. He was severely injured. The combined force of 3 gravity orbs was simply too terrifying. You killed the young master. My Blood Skull pirate group will definitely take revenge. You just wait. Your end will be very miserable, the blood-robed elder shouted in despair. Swoosh. Lu Ming's figure was like a ghost. He appeared in front of the elder and punched him. The elder screamed and his body was torn apart. He died on the spot. The experts of the Blood Skull pirate group had been completely wiped out by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Lu Ming stood in the sky and looked around. He found that the monsters from before had all been killed by Ling Yue. Lu Ming was shocked. Ling Yue was worthy of being ranked 16th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Her battle strength was terrifying. She was probably much stronger than 9 Silkworm Prince. If Lu Ming didn't rely on Qiu Qiu now, even if he used his full strength, he probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Yue. "Let's go in," Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded silently. The 2 of them flew into the valley. This valley was very big, very wide, and also very deep. The blood fog was very dense. The 2 of them restrained their auras and focused on their surroundings. The blood chi here was so dense that the 2 of them were afraid that it would give birth to very powerful monsters. However, the 2 of them didn't see a single monster after walking for a while. This valley was very quiet. It was too quiet. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. There's not even a trace of wind, and there are no monsters. Lu Ming frowned. Indeed. Although the monsters attracted by the Blood Skull pirate group attacked us, they stopped at the entrance of the valley. They seemed to be very afraid and didn't dare to enter the valley. Ling Yue said, "It seems that this valley is not simple." Lu Ming said, "We're almost there. When we see the Blood God fruit tree, I'll end the battle quickly and move the seal away as soon as possible." Ling Yue said, her brows slightly furrowed. All top geniuses had extremely sharp spiritual senses, and their perception of danger was also very sharp. Ling Yue was the same as Lu Ming. She also had a bad feeling. However, they had already walked here and were about to arrive. There was no reason to retreat. The two of them continued forward. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance came from ahead. "We're here. It's really the Blood God fruit." Ling Yue's eyes lit up, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Lu Ming also saw it. Not far ahead, there was a small tree about 1 meter tall. It was completely blood red and filled with blood qi. Between the branches of the small tree, there was a fist-sized fruit hanging there. The fruit seemed to be condensed from endless blood, emitting a dense bloody light. Within the bloody light, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged. Strangely, there was no smell of blood. Instead, there was a medicinal fragrance. Chapter 38:29. This was the Blood God fruit tree and the Blood God fruit. "Let's begin. I'll seal it. You protect me." Ling Yue whispered to Lu Ming. "Don't worry." Lu Ming nodded and the two of them walked towards the Blood God fruit tree. But at that moment, rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the ground. Then, two eyes that were bigger than a water jar appeared. They were blood red. Following it, the figure of an enormous creature appeared. It was a huge snake with blood-red eyes. It stared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. "Sai." The snake screamed and swam towards Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Its tongue was like a red sword, stabbing towards Ling Yue. Its tail was like a soft whip, lashing towards Lu Ming. Its aura was extremely violent and terrifying. Second layer of the Divine Emperor realm. As soon as the snake made its move, they could feel that it was a second-layer Divine Emperor realm existence. "Shio." Ling Yue made her move. An emerald green arrow shot out and collided with the blood-red snake's tongue, blocking its attack. Lu Ming directly took out 3 gravity pearls. The powerful gravity enveloped the snake, slowing it down a little. Lu Ming punched the snake's tail twice in a row. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated. What a strong power! Lu Ming was shocked. It wasn't like he had never fought against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. In Gale Galaxy, he had fought against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Even without Qiu and the great godly wind technique, he could still fight against ordinary cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. However, he had been pushed back just now. This huge snake's battle strength was extremely terrifying. Its strength was astonishing, far stronger than an ordinary second-layer Divine Emperor realm existence. This huge snake should be the monster guarding the Blood God fruit tree. Its strength is astonishing. It needs the two of us to work together. Ling Yue said, "Let's attack together." Lu Ming said as he charged towards the snake. A powerful gravitational force enveloped the serpent, causing its speed to decrease. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique. His body was wrapped in a gale, and his speed increased explosively. In an instant, he approached the serpent. His palm was like a knife, and it slashed towards the serpent's neck. Lu Ming had already used the Great Divine Wind technique, and his palms were wrapped in a terrifying cutting power. However, when Lu Ming's palm cut across the snake's neck, he encountered a huge resistance. His palm cut across the snake's skin, causing a trace of blood to seep out. However, he didn't seriously injure the snake. At the same time that Lu Ming made his move, Ling Yue also made her move. "Elven Royal Bow!" Ling Yue shouted. Her body glowed, and a huge battle bow appeared. This bow was larger than any of the bows that Ling Yue had used before. This was her origin secret technique. The bowstring vibrated, and a 100-meter-long arrow shot out, piercing towards the snake's head. The arrow that Ling Yue shot out was shockingly powerful. It actually broke through the snake's defense and pierced through its body. However, it only pierced through half a meter, and the rest was still blocked. Sealing arrow. Ling Yue shot out an arrow, followed by another arrow. However, the second arrow was different from the first. After the second arrow was shot out, it immediately dispersed into hundreds of arrows. On each arrow, dense runes appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of arrows all landed on the snake's body. It was like an ordinary wooden arrow hitting a rock, producing the sound of a blunt object hitting a rock. Not a single arrow broke through the snake's defense. Furthermore, all of the arrows had exploded. However, the runes and symbols on them were like countless little insects crawling onto the snake's body. In an instant, the snake's body was covered by countless runes. See this? The snake hissed and struggled with all its might. However, its movements became slower and slower. Is this the sealing power that Ling Yue mentioned? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yue said that her physique was special and had a powerful sealing power. She could even seal the aura of the life spirit origin stone fragments. Combined with a secret treasure, it should be this kind of sealing power that could seal the blood god fruit's medicinal effects. It was indeed very mysterious. Under the dual effects of gravity and the seal, the snake's speed became very slow. Lu Ming and Ling Yue naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Boom. Lu Ming suddenly made his move. His palm was like a rapidly spinning sharp sword, piercing towards one of the snake's eyes. Eyes were the snake's weakness. At the same time, Ling Yue's arrow also shot towards the snake's other eye. As expected, both of their attacks hit their targets. The snake's eyes exploded and blood splattered everywhere. See this? The snake twisted its body crazily, lashing out crazily, but it did not hit Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Shua, shua. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's figures flashed as they continued to attack. One attack after another, they continuously attacked the snake's eye sockets. A terrifying destructive force rushed into the snake's eye sockets and broke through its body, completely destroying its brain. The snake struggled for a while before it slowly stopped moving. In the end, it collapsed to the ground without any signs of life. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming and Ling Yue heaved a sigh of relief. This huge snake was not easy to deal with. Its strength was shocking, and its defense was even stronger. Fortunately, the two of them had worked together to take down this huge snake. If it had been alone, it would not have been so easy. Of course, Lu Ming had Qiu Qiu. If he let Qiu Qiu take action, he would be able to easily kill this big snake. However, Lu Ming did not want to expose Qiu Qiu's strength so easily. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not want to let Qiu Qiu take action unless it was necessary. In the Gale Star River, Qiu Qiu had swallowed an entire star worth of metal ore. The energy was simply too strong. Although Qiu Qiu had evolved to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm, that star had not been completely refined. During this period of time, Qiu Qiu had been quietly refining. If he were to take action, it would disturb him. Lu Ming walked over and kicked the snake's corpse to the side. Then he looked around and protected Ling Yue. Ling Yue did not delay at all. She arrived in front of the blood god fruit tree and took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle was a secret treasure that Ling Yue had spent a lot of effort to create. Combined with her sealing power, it could ensure that the blood god fruit's medicinal effects would not be lost. Without her sealing power, this secret technique alone would be useless. Ling Yue placed the jade bottle beside the blood god fruit tree, and then her body emitted a strange light. Lu Ming seemed to see countless tiny runes appear on the surface of Ling Yue's body. Then, they followed Ling Yue's palm and crawled towards the blood god fruit tree. Very quickly, the blood god fruit tree was covered in tiny runes. Shua shua. Ling Yue's hands continued to form seals, controlling even more runes to climb towards the blood god fruit tree. Especially the blood god fruit, it was given special attention. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 38:30. Just as Ling Yue was trying her best to seal the blood god fruit tree and transplant it, a sudden change occurred. In the depths of the canyon, a dense blood energy suddenly emerged. This blood energy condensed into blood pythons that swallowed Ling Yue. These blood pythons were not real pythons, nor were they monsters born from blood energy. They were only condensed from blood energy. Lu Ming's expression changed. At this moment, Ling Yue was at a critical moment and could not be disturbed. Otherwise, not to mention the fact that the blood god fruit tree could not be successfully sealed, if it caused a tremor, the energy of those runes could destroy the blood god fruit tree. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the blood pythons. He used the Great Divine Wind technique and slapped out with both of his palms. Immediately, a violent wind rose in all directions and a terrifying gale rushed towards the blood pythons. A series of explosions rang out, and the blood pythons were all blocked. However, as the blood energy churned, more blood pythons condensed and pounced towards Lu Ming. There were even more of them. Lu Ming used the gravity orb to resist with all his might, but the blood energy was getting denser and denser. The number of blood pythons that were condensed also increased, and their power also increased. Lu Ming was gradually losing his strength. At this time, the blood god fruit tree was still not successfully sealed. Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and resist, pushing his battle prowess to the limit. As long as they could delay until Ling Yue successfully sealed it, they could immediately leave this place. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this moment, the blood pythons and the blood energy suddenly shrank and gathered towards the depths of the valley. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the valley. Then, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted and acted on Lu Ming's body. This is bad. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly because this suction force was too terrifying. Lu Ming was actually unable to stabilize his body and flew towards the depths of the valley. Chiu Chiu! Lu Ming's heart stirred as he sent a sound transmission to Chiu Chiu. At this time, he could only disturb Chiu Chiu. On his wrist, the ball quickly wriggled and turned into a silver spear. Lu Ming shouted loudly and thrust his spear towards the depths of the valley. A moonlight spear light broke into the depths of the valley, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing a single splash. Lu Ming was still flying towards the valley along with that powerful force. Chiu Chiu exploded with all his might, wanting to rush out, but it was useless. The suction force was too terrifying. Swish! Lu Ming could not stabilize his body at all. He flew directly into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Lu Ming saw that Ling Yue had successfully sealed the blood god fruit tree and placed it in the jade bottle. When Ling Yue saw that Lu Ming had been attracted into the valley, her face revealed a look of panic. She shouted and shot an arrow at the valley with all her might. However, it was still like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. This was the last time Lu Ming saw Ling Yue. The next moment, he flew into the depths of the valley, his line of sight blocked by the thick blood aura. After passing through the thick blood qi, he arrived at the end of the valley. However, at the end of the valley, there was a cave. The strong suction force came from this cave. Lu Ming couldn't help but fly into the cave. In the next moment, the suction force disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he was already in a huge cave. Lu Ming immediately became cautious. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened, because in front of him he saw a huge python. This python actually had a pair of flesh spikes, but on its head, there was also a pair of dragon horns. It was very strange. Lu Ming had never seen such a python before. The python was extremely huge. Its body was curled up like a mountain. Its huge eyes stared at Lu Ming. What a powerful body, what a vigorous blood qi. A mere divine lord has such a powerful blood qi. It's really rare. If I refine you, it will definitely be a great supplement. The giant python opened its mouth, greed flashing in its eyes. Were you the one who sucked me in? Lu Ming stared at the python and asked. Other than me, who else could it be? Kid, become my nourishment. The giant python opened its bloody maw and spat out a gust of bloody qi. No, this was not blood qi. This was a kind of blood flame. The blood flame had an astonishingly high temperature. Before it even got close to Lu Ming felt a terrifying temperature spreading towards him. This temperature gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming did not hesitate and retreated. You want to retreat in front of me? How naive. Suppress. The python said coldly. Then, a terrifying pressure acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming actually found it hard to move. This python was terrifyingly strong. It was unknown what realm it was at. Buzz. Xiao turned into a silver-white spear, bursting out with resplendent spear light, wanting to break through this pressure. What a strange metallic life form. Interesting. I'll study it later. The python looked at Xiao curiously. It tilted its head slightly and Xiao left Lu Ming's body. It flew away and crashed into a wall, unable to move. With Xiao's current cultivation level, it could kill ordinary cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. However, in front of this python, it could not fight back at all. Whoosh, whoosh, the blood flame enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed a terrifying heat and a destructive strength penetrating into Lu Ming's body. It wanted to burn Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming take this lying down? All the cells in his body began to tremble. The taboo force was fully unleashed to resist the erosion of the blood flame. The python's eyes suddenly opened wide. It couldn't believe it, and then it was overjoyed. Forbidden strength. It's forbidden strength. Surprisingly, it's a forbidden body. Ha! I'm so lucky. That thread of forbidden strength is mine. The python actually recognized the taboo power, and its eyes burned with a burning flame and thick greed. The blood flames in its mouth became more intense, and they surged toward Lu Ming crazily. Even if you have forbidden strength, you can't fuse with it. Forbidden strength isn't something that just anyone can fuse with. Lu Ming gave a long howl. You're right. Forbidden strength isn't something that just anyone can fuse with. Even I can't do it, but so what? I will turn you into my puppet and let you continue growing. In the future, you will become a sharp weapon in my hands. Ha! Back then I was lucky enough to survive. Someday, I will definitely get my revenge. Ha! The python burst into laughter. It was extremely excited. Lu Ming's heart sank. That python was terrifyingly strong. He didn't know where it came from. According to legends, the Blood Shadow demonic land was created by the blood of an extremely strong cultivator. Was that python the one who had created the blood? Chapter 38-31. Chi, the blood flame enveloped Lu Ming, burning him continuously. From the inside to the outside, every part of his body was enveloped by the blood flame. Lu Ming resisted with all his might with the taboo power. In this way, the potential stored in the depths of Lu Ming's cells was all stimulated at once. Lu Ming felt that there was powerful energy surging out of every cell in his body. The potential that he had stored up was completely depleted in an instant. Boom! Under the eruption of this potential, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed all of a sudden. He broke through. Under the pressure of this terrifying blood flame, Lu Ming's potential exploded all at once. Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through from the 7th level Divine Lord realm to the 8th level Divine Lord realm, increasing his strength greatly. Unfortunately, this python was too strong. It was not something that could be dealt with by breaking through one level of cultivation. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm, he could not move at all. He could only resist for a little longer. Broke through? Amazing, amazing. Is this the taboo body? Under danger, it stimulated his potential and broke through his cultivation. Good ha! The python laughed loudly. The greed in its eyes became even stronger. It could not wait to get Lu Ming in its hands. There's no other way. I can only rely on the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming thought. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming really did not want to touch the purple copper coffin. Because as his cultivation increased, he increasingly felt the evilness and danger of the purple copper coffin. This thing was a double-edged sword. If he was not careful, he would play himself to death. But now he had no choice but to use it. Even if he really played himself to death, he could not let this python get away with it. With a thought, the purple copper coffin appeared. The python's eyes were staring at the purple copper coffin. With its cultivation, its spiritual sense was also abnormally sharp. It instinctively felt that the purple copper coffin was very scary. Therefore, the python directly attacked. Its tail exploded the space and whipped towards the purple copper coffin. Gotcha! The sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard as the lid of the purple copper coffin opened slightly. Lu Ming was shocked. He was not the one who had opened the purple copper coffin. The lid of the purple copper coffin had opened by itself. It was just a tiny gap, yet a terrifying aura was emitted from it. When Lu Ming was still very weak, facing this aura, he only felt that it was very terrifying, unstoppable, and difficult to resist. Now, Lu Ming was many times more powerful than before. However, in the face of this force, he still felt that it was unstoppable and unstoppable. It was incomparably terrifying. The python's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of fear. Gotcha! The sound of metal rubbing against each other continued. The lid of the purple copper coffin opened even more. Boom! An even more terrifying aura burst out, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if there was an incomparably terrifying creature within the copper coffin that was about to break out of the coffin. The blood flames on Lu Ming's body were swept away by this aura, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming's body returned to normal in an instant. The python's pupils shrank in fear as it retreated rapidly. At the same time it roared, "What is in this coffin of yours? What the hell is it?" However, before the python could retreat far enough, something strange happened. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the purple copper coffin. This arm was covered with green scales, looking ferocious and terrifying. At first, the arm was only the size of a normal person's arm, but after it stretched out, it rapidly expanded. Moreover, there was a chain wrapped around the arm, one end wrapped around the arm, and the other end extended into the purple copper coffin. Clang, clang, clang. The chains trembled and his arm grew. His fingertips were covered with sharp purple armor as he grabbed at the python. Before he even reached it, a terrifying energy was already pressing down on the python. The python roared and the entire rock cave shook. Its aura soared to the sky and a terrifying aura erupted, causing Lu Ming's heart to tremble violently. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. This python's cultivation was probably above the divine emperor realm. The python's potential was unleashed. Its tail was like a long spear, piercing towards the claw that was covered with scales as if it could pierce through everything. However, the tail that seemed to be able to pierce through everything did not pierce through the claw that was covered with scales. It only made a dong sound when it hit the claw, and then there was no further movement. Instead, the claw grabbed the python's tail, causing the python to be extremely frightened. It struggled with all its might, and a ray of divine light shot out from its mouth towards the claw that was covered with scales. This attack was extremely terrifying. If it was outside, it could destroy a large area of the starry sky and countless planets. However, when it landed on the claw that was covered with scales, it had no effect at all. Not even a single scale fell off. The claw that was covered with scales slightly shook the python's tail. Crack, crack. It was like shaking a whip. The python's entire body shook, and its bones made cracking sounds as it broke into dozens of pieces. The python's huge body became limp, unable to exert any strength. It was really like a soft whip. The claw that was covered with scales suddenly grew bigger, and it grabbed the python and then pulled it back into the copper coffin. No, 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 what kind of copper coffin is this? Why is there a living primitive divine spirit? The python roared in horror, and divine light kept flowing out of its body. It wanted to break free from the claw that was covered with scales, but it was useless. In a breath, the claw that was covered with scales retracted back into the copper coffin, and the python was naturally pulled in as well. With a clang, the lid of the copper coffin closed automatically, and the terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and he could not react for a long time. Because all of this happened too suddenly, and it was too unbelievable. After a while, Lu Ming slowly calmed down, but his heart was in turmoil. Was the python's last roar real? A living primitive divine spirit? Did the claw that was covered with scales just now belong to the primitive divine spirit? Is there really a primitive divine spirit buried in the copper coffin? But Why is there a chain wrapped around that arm? It seems like it's being chained. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted and his imagination ran wild. There were too many questions that he could not figure out. If it was a living primitive divine spirit, why was it hiding in a copper coffin? Furthermore, why were they chained up? Why did it take down the python just now? Why didn't it attack him? There were many questions that Lu Ming could not figure out. However, he could not open the purple copper coffin to ask about it. The existence inside was too terrifying. He was already very lucky that it did not attack him. If it was unhappy and gave him a slap, wouldn't he be wronged? Chapter 38-32. After thinking about the purple copper coffin for a while, he still had no clue. Lu Ming shook his head and threw this question out of his mind. Since he couldn't figure it out, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Let's talk about it after my cultivation has increased. At the very least, the danger just now has been resolved, right? Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through in one go. Lu Ming felt his body and felt that it was filled with powerful energy. It was as if his entire body had endless power, and every move he made could shatter the void. This time, it was truly a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm, and Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large amount. Previously, when he was facing Ling Yue alone, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. Now, he was much more confident. However, just now, the potential stored in my cells was used up all of a sudden. I need to continue replenishing it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out a bone pearl and began to absorb it. In any case, this kind of bone pearl's energy was very pure, and the speed at which it was absorbed and refined was very fast. In 2 days, Lu Ming had refined 2 bone pearls. However, as his cultivation increased, the amount of potential that could be stored in his cells increased. The 2 bone pearls only stored 50% of his potential. 50% of his potential was enough for the time being. Lu Ming did not continue refining and ended his cultivation. He walked around the cave, but unfortunately he did not find anything, so Lu Ming left. When Lu Ming returned to the location of the blood god fruit, he did not find any traces of Ling Yue. Could it be that Ling Yue went to deal with Xue Ming alone? Lu Ming revealed a pondering expression. He did not suspect that it was Ling Yue's scheme that he was swallowed by the python earlier. Ling Yue most likely did not know about it, because using that python to kill Lu Ming would not benefit Ling Yue in the slightest. Lu Ming had 2 pieces of Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments on him. Without Lu Ming's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragments, how was Ling Yue going to find the treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Lu Ming reckoned that Ling Yue probably didn't know either. Lu Ming walked out of the valley. What surprised Lu Ming was that as soon as Lu Ming left the valley, he saw a figure. It was Ling Yue. "Myun, you're fine." Seeing Lu Ming, Ling Yue revealed a happy expression and hurriedly flew over. "What? Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me?" Lu Ming joked. After saying that, Lu Ming wanted to slap his own mouth. His mouth couldn't help but spout nonsense. "What are you talking about? I'm just worried about the fragments of the natal spirit stone. Don't overthink it." Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. "That's great." Lu Ming hurriedly said. "What do you mean by this?" Ling Yue glared. "Nothing. By the way, how did you get the information about the blood god fruit tree?" Lu Ming hurriedly changed the topic. "Naturally, I sent someone to inquire about it." Ling Yue said. "Looks like someone is trying to scam you," Lu Ming said. "Muyun, what happened in the depths of your valley?" Ling Yue asked. "Inside, there is a terrifying existence." Lu Ming told her about the python in the depths of the valley. Of course, he skipped over the matter of the purple copper coffin. He only said that he escaped by luck. Ling Yue naturally didn't believe that it was because of luck, but she knew that this was Lu Ming's secret, so he didn't ask any further. Ling Yue's face darkened. Indeed, someone was trying to scam her. How could the person who knew about the blood god fruit tree not know that there was a terrifying existence in the depths of the valley? Since he knew, why didn't he tell her? If Lu Ming wasn't here this time and she was here alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looks like someone beside me has a change of heart. It looks like I have to go back and tidy things up. Ling Yuwei said coldly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming didn't say anything more. This was Ling Yuwei's private matter. As for how Ling Yuwei would reorganize it in the future, he couldn't be bothered to care. This time, their goal had been achieved. The blood god fruit tree had been obtained. The next step was to transplant it and lure Xueming over. Immediately, they left the blood shadow demonic land and headed towards the lost land of panicked gods. More than 10 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the lost land of panicked gods. The lost land of panicked gods was actually a galaxy. In the distant past, it was the core territory of a powerful force. However, this force was destroyed later on, but their territory was left behind. This galaxy had an extremely powerful array formation. Even after a long time had passed, its power was still astonishing, preventing existences above the Divine Emperor realm from entering. If an existence above the Divine Emperor realm entered, it would affect the entire formation and attack it. Those below the Divine Emperor realm wouldn't. This was the best place to deal with Xueming. The two of them flashed and entered the lost land of panicked gods. After a period of time, the two of them stopped on a planet. Let's do it here. This place has already experienced a great battle, and the blood of experts has been spilled here. The blood energy is rich, and it's just right to transplant the blood god fruit tree. Ling Yuwei said. Lu Ming nodded. Naturally, he had no objections. Next, Ling Yuwei moved and removed the blood god fruit tree from the jade bottle. Then she removed the seal and planted it in a basin with rich blood energy. Then they took out a jade talisman and recorded the route to this place, forming a map of the stars. Which one of us will reveal the news to Xueming? Ling Yuwei said. I'll go. Lu Ming said. Ling Yuwei nodded and handed the jade talisman to Lu Ming. The two of them divided the work. Lu Ming went to leak the news, while Ling Yuwei guarded this place. Lu Ming didn't stop. He left the lost land of panicked gods and headed towards the territory of the blood demon race. Blood Sky Star was a relatively famous planet in the territory of the blood demon race. It was rich in divine energy and was very prosperous. Most importantly, this planet was under the control of Xueming. Ling Yuwei had long since inquired about Xueming's background. The news of the blood god fruit naturally had to be leaked to Xueming's direct subordinates. This way, it could reach Xueming as quickly as possible. Lu Ming walked into the largest shop on Blood Sky Star. This shop was definitely opened by a direct descendant of Xueming. Young master, may I ask what I can help you with? A young woman in a blood-red robe walked over. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and could tell that this young woman was at the Divine Lord realm. He couldn't help but sigh. The blood demon race was indeed a large race. They were powerful. Even an ordinary shop assistant had a Divine Lord realm cultivation. I'm here to sell something, sell a piece of information. Lu Ming said. Sell a piece of information? The young woman was slightly stunned. There were many people who came to buy treasures or sell treasures, but this was the first time she had heard of someone who came to sell information. I'm sorry, young master. We don't buy information here, the young woman said. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Xueming will definitely be very interested in this news of mine, Lu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 38-33. Lu Ming smiled and sent a telepathic message to the young salesgirl. It's about the blood god fruit. Do you want to buy it? The young salesgirl's body trembled and her eyes lit up. She was also a practitioner of the blood Dao, so she naturally knew how important the blood god fruit was to a practitioner of the blood Dao. However, the blood god fruit was too rare and could not be bought even if one had the money. At the same time, she also knew that her master, Xueming, cultivated the blood demon divine body and also desired the blood god fruit. If Xueming knew about the blood god fruit, he would buy it at all costs. If she knew about the blood god fruit, she would be heavily rewarded by Xueming and her status would soar in the future. Thinking of this, the young salesgirl was so excited that her body trembled. Young master, this is a big deal. Please wait for a moment. I'll ask the steward to discuss it with you. The young salesgirl said. Go ahead. Lu Ming smiled. The young salesgirl hurriedly left. Not long after, the young salesgirl came back with two people. One was a white-haired skinny old man and the other was a chubby middle-aged man. "Young master, these two are our stewards, Steward Lu and Steward Li." The young salesgirl pointed at Lu Ming and introduced them. "Young master, you said that you have news about the blood god fruit?" Steward Lu, the white-haired skinny old man, sent a telepathic message to Lu Ming. The blood god fruit was too important and could not be spread. Otherwise it would cause a stir. However, his voice was also trembling slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "Let's talk inside." Steward Lu gestured. After a while, Lu Ming, Steward Lu, and Steward Li were in a guest room. "Young master, how should I address you?" Steward Li asked with a warm smile on his chubby face. "My surname is Mu," Lu Ming said. "Young Master Mu. Young Master Mu, is it true that you have news about the blood god fruit?" Steward Li asked as he looked at Lu Ming expectantly. "It's absolutely true. I swear it with the very essence of life," Lu Ming said. He immediately swore an oath with the origin of life, stating that the information about the blood god fruits was true. Manager Li and Manager Lu's eyes lit up even more. Since he dared to swear on his life source, it was most likely true. "Young Master Mu, you said that you want to sell this piece of information. Why don't you name a price?" Manager Li continued. "I don't need treasures, nor do I need divine crystals. I need secret techniques." Lu Ming stated his purpose. This was the reason why he had leaked the information about the blood god fruit. Rather than letting the news leak out for nothing, it would be better to make the best use of it and maximize its value. "You need a secret technique?" Steward Li and Steward Lu were startled. It was rare to see someone selling secret techniques. "What secret technique do you need?" Steward Lu asked. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and said, "This jade talisman records the names of 550 secret techniques. I don't need any of these 550 secret techniques. Apart from these 550, any other secret technique will do. I need 150 of them." The 550 secret techniques in the jade talisman were all mastered by Lu Ming. If he wanted to trade for secret techniques, of course he would need those that he didn't have. 150 secret techniques. Steward Lu and Manager Li were shocked. They were very curious. Why would Lu Ming need so many secret techniques? However, this was Lu Ming's secret, so they were too embarrassed to ask. The two took the jade talisman and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, the two of them revealed awkward expressions. "Young Master Mu, to be honest, apart from these 550 secret techniques, it's not that easy to get the other 150. It will take a long time." Steward Lu was a little embarrassed. It wasn't difficult for them to take out 150 ordinary secret techniques. The difficult part was that many of them were the same as Lu Ming's. "How long will it take?" Lu Ming asked. 3 months. Steward Lu and Manager Li discussed for a while and gave an answer. "Alright, I'll wait for 3 months. I'll be back in 3 months. Lu Ming said as he stood up and brought his fists together and left in big strides. After watching Lu Ming leave, Steward Lu and Manager Li exchanged glances and fell into deep thought. This guy has information about the blood god fruit. If young Master Xueming knows about it, he will be overjoyed and will all be rewarded. However, it's not easy to get 150 secret techniques. Do you think we should send someone to deal with this guy secretly and get the information about the blood god fruit?" Steward Lu said as his small eyes flickered with coldness. "That's not right," Manager Li said. His chubby face shone with a wise light. "If this guy dares to come alone, he must have some confidence. He most likely has a backup plan. Even if we make a move, we might not be able to get the information about the blood god fruit. In addition, this guy most likely has someone to help him. If we kill him, his companions will definitely guess that we did it. Once the news is leaked, it will greatly affect our reputation. Who will dare to do business with us in the future? Because 150 secret techniques are not worth the loss." Manager Li continued. Hearing this, Manager Li nodded silently and said, "That makes sense. Then we'd better prepare 150 secret techniques as soon as possible. Lu Ming naturally didn't know about the conversation between Manager Li and Manager Lu. He had left the Blood Sky Star long ago and kept changing his position along the way. Then he came to a remote planet. Lu Ming sent a message to Ling Yue and asked her to wait for a few months. Then he began to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming didn't want to waste 3 months and began to cultivate the great art of fragmentation. If he could successfully cultivate the great art of fragmentation, his battle strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. The difficulty of cultivating the 3,000 ancient secret techniques was extremely high. Lu Ming had some experience with the Great Divine Wind technique, but it was still very difficult for him to cultivate it. For the next few days, Lu Ming still couldn't find any way to do it. Time passed day by day. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After spending 3 months, Lu Ming finally got a feel for it. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on a black iron stone the size of a water jar. The black iron stone didn't move at all. When Lu Ming moved his palm away, with a kacha sound, the black iron stone fragments turned into fist-sized small stones. They were very neat and were the same size. I'm still far from being able to enter the sect. Lu Ming sighed. Although he had grasped the basics of the great art of fragmentation, he was still far from being able to enter the sect. If he had entered the sect, with a single palm strike, the black iron stone would not have shattered into fist-sized stones, but into ashes. However, even if he had only grasped the basics, combined with Lu Ming's attack, he could still slightly increase his attack power. Chapter 38-34. In 3 months, Lu Ming had only grasped a little bit of it and was not very satisfied. If 9 Silkworm Prince knew about his thoughts, he would probably be angered to death. 9 Silkworm Prince thought that he was a genius, but it took him 10,000 years to cultivate the great art of shattering. Even if he only grasped a little bit of it, it took him 1,000 years. Compared to Lu Ming's 3 months, it was a far cry. At this time, Lu Ming finished his cultivation and returned to the Blood Sky Star. He met Steward Lu and Steward Li again. Young Master Mu, the 150 kinds of Blood God fruit you want are here. What about your information about the Blood God fruit? You can tell me now. A jade talisman appeared in Steward Li's hand. With a wave of his hand, the jade talisman flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to take it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. Sure enough, there were 150 kinds of secret skills recorded in the jade talisman, which he had not cultivated before. Lu Ming was delighted. He took out the map of the Blood God fruit tree and handed it to Steward Li. The map to the Blood God fruit is in this jade talisman. Lu Ming handed the map to Steward Li. Steward Li and Steward Lu took the jade talisman and looked at it. In the panicked God ruins? Both of their expressions changed slightly. They had heard of the panicked God ruins. No one above the Divine Emperor realm could enter there, or they would be attacked by the formation there. Yes, it's in the panicked God ruins. I saw it by accident. But the Blood God fruit is not very useful to me, and I can't pick it, so I recorded the specific location to maximize the profit. Lu Ming said, "Huh, young Master Mu is really good at doing business." Steward Li smiled. They believed Lu Ming's words. Indeed, the Blood God fruit was very useful to those who cultivated the Blood Dao. However, to others, it wasn't very useful. Furthermore, once it was plucked, its medicinal effects would quickly dissipate. Instead, it was more valuable to record its location and sell it for information. That was why Steward Li said that Lu Ming was good at doing business. Well, the deal is done. I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the place. After leaving the Blood Sky Star, he changed several directions and headed towards the panicked God Remnant land. After Lu Ming left, Steward Li and Steward Lu started discussing. There's no time to lose. We have to inform Child Shui Ming about the Blood Divine fruit immediately. Old Lu, you stay here and take charge. I'll send the map to Child Shui Ming. Manager Li said as a crafty glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Whoever delivered the message would definitely gain Shui Ming's favor and gain more benefits. This, Steward Lu pondered. Don't worry, this credit was earned by both of us. I won't take it all for myself. Old Lu, you can trust me, right? Manager Li purposely said with a straight face. Of course I trust you. All right, let's do it this way. I'll stay here while you deliver the map. Steward Lu said. All right, I'll set off right away. Manager Li was overjoyed. He quickly got up and left to deliver the news to Xue Mingtong. Hee. Watching Steward Li leave, Steward Lu let out 2 sneers. Even if I send the news to Xue Ming, how much reward can I get? I might as well sell this news. I believe many people will like it. Greed flashed in Steward Lu's eyes as he took out the dream jade and sent out a few messages. Lu Ming returned to the panicked God Remnant land, met up with Ling Yue, and waited. The two of them hid in the shadows of the panicked God Remnant land and quietly observed. A few days later, a group of figures suddenly sped over from afar and stopped outside the panicked God Remnant land. There were a total of 9 people. The leader was a young woman, and behind her were 8 people. There were middle-aged men and old men. These people were all quasi-emperors. It's not Xue Ming. Ling Yue whispered. Lu Ming also frowned. Instead of Xue Ming, other people came. However, judging from their clothes, they should be from the blood demon race. Could it be that these people came to the panicked God Remnant land to seek treasures? After all, the panicked God Remnant land was also left behind by a large force. It was normal for some treasures to be left behind. Usually, it would attract many people to take the risk to seek treasures. Suddenly, figures flew over from another direction. These figures were all enveloped in a bloody light. When the bloody light faded, figures appeared one after another. These people were clearly divided into several groups. The leaders were all young men and women. Their cultivations were very high, and the people they brought were all quasi-emperors. Several groups of people sized each other up. Their auras collided, and cold-killing intent spread out. Bloodguard, you are also here for the blood god fruit. The woman who first appeared stared at a young man with an unfriendly expression. It seems that you are also here for the blood god fruit. That old man clearly said that he would only sell the news to me. Damn it, how dare he lie to me? A young man shouted angrily. That old man also said that he would only sell it to me. The others also spoke, their expressions ugly. They knew that they had been deceived. The person who sold the news to them didn't sell it to them alone, but to many people. In the distance, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the news of the blood god fruit would be leaked. It didn't attract Xue Ming, but another group of people. There's a traitor among Xue Ming's subordinates. Lu Ming and Ling Yue came to this conclusion and could only be speechless. It was true that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Their plan was flawless, but they didn't expect that a traitor would appear among Xue Ming's subordinates and leak the news of the blood god fruit. It must be those 2 stewards, Lu Ming thought to himself. Let's return to the blood god fruit tree first. Before Xue Ming appears, we must not let these people obtain the blood god fruit. Ling Yue secretly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. All right, let's go back. Lu Ming nodded and quietly left with Ling Yue. They returned to the planet where the blood god fruit tree was planted and hid near it. Not long after the 2 of them hid, streaks of bloody light rushed over from afar. There were at least 100 of them. There were more people. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were speechless. How many people did Xue Ming's subordinates sell it to? Over 100 experts, divided into several groups, began to search this planet. This was only an ordinary planet. Compared to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it was many times smaller. Moreover, those who cultivated the blood Dao were very sensitive to the blood god fruit. They quickly sensed the location of the blood god fruit. With a flash, over 100 people appeared in the area of the blood god fruit tree. Their gazes all fell on the blood god fruit tree and the blood god fruit on it. All of them revealed greedy looks. Some of them even started to breathe heavily. Chapter 38-35. It really is the blood god fruit. Ha! It really is the blood god fruit. Someone laughed ecstatically. Suddenly, there was a flash of crimson light. Someone attacked another group of people. However, that group of people was prepared and immediately counterattacked. The blood god fruit is mine. Go to hell. You're the one who will die. Kill. The scene was chaotic. Several groups of people were caught in a scuffle. Those young men were obviously the supreme talents of the Blood Demon tribe. They were very powerful and were locked in a fierce battle. Soon, more and more people were killed. In a few minutes, dozens of people had been killed. The remaining people fought even more fiercely. At this moment, another crimson light flew in from afar. The crimson light faded and revealed the faces of the people inside. The leader was a young man in a tight crimson robe. He held a crimson paper fan in his hand. This person appeared in the sky with a dozen or so old men. He looked down at the people fighting below with a mocking smile on his face. The people fighting below also saw him. "It's Desolate Blood. He's here too!" Many people exclaimed and their faces changed. Desolate Blood was an extremely terrifying supreme talent of the Blood Demon tribe. Although his cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor level, he could kill a divine emperor. He was somewhat famous among the quasi-emperor level supreme talents in the primitive universe. The people who were fighting stopped and stared at Desolation of Blood cautiously. "The blood god fruit is mine. All of you get lost." Desolate Blood waved his hand casually as if he was shooing away a group of subordinates. Those who were fighting earlier had ugly looks on their faces. "Desolate Blood, you want to take the blood god fruit for yourself. Your appetite is too big." A young woman said. "That's right. We were here before you." Another young man spoke up. "I said that I want the blood god fruit. You can get lost. If you don't, you can stay here forever." Desolate Blood said coldly with a ferocious look on his face. "Desolate Blood, don't be too overbearing. There are so many of us. We may not be afraid of you. That's right. Let's join forces and defeat Desolate Blood first. It won't be too late to fight for the blood god fruit later." At the beginning, those people were slowly approaching to join forces against Desolate Blood. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Previously, they had killed each other because of the blood god fruit. Now that they were facing a common enemy, they chose to work together. "You overestimate yourselves. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The malevolent expression on Desolation Blood's face intensified. His body emitted a dense blood-red glow as the paper fan in his hand emitted a clanging sound and slowly turned into a blood-red sword. With a flash of bloody light, Desolation of Blood attacked. He turned into a bloody shadow and attacked those people. "Let's attack together." Some of the people from before roared in anger. Suddenly, dozens of quasi-emperors attacked together. Dozens of attacks were directed at Desolation of Blood. Dozens of people attacked together, and their power was extremely shocking. Everywhere they passed, the void was blasted into nothingness. However, Desolation of Blood's speed was extremely fast. He kept flashing and dodging the attacks as he quickly closed in on his opponent. When he got closer, the sword light suddenly exploded. Streaks of blood-red sword light shot out at an astonishing speed. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 12 quasi-emperors were slashed by the sword light. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. The terrifying thing was that those who were slashed by the blood-red light instantly shriveled up like mummies. Bush, 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 bush. After killing 12 quasi-emperors, Desolation of Blood's attacks didn't stop. The sword light continued to explode, and in the next moment, another 12 quasi-emperors were killed. The rest of the people were shocked. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. Desolation of Blood continued to attack. This time, he targeted those young supreme talents. There were a total of 5 young supreme talents. The 5 supreme talents roared and unleashed their full strength to fight Desolation of Blood. Clang, clang, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. In the next moment, the 5 supreme talents retreated violently. Each of them had blood flowing out of their mouths. There was disbelief in everyone's eyes. The 5 of them were supreme talents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached the quasi-emperor realm at such a young age. However, the 5 of them still weren't a match for Desolation of Blood. "You're the one who's clamoring the loudest. I'll send you on your way." Desolation of Blood's cold voice sounded. He then turned into a sword light and attacked a young man. The young man was shocked and frantically retreated. At the same time he shouted, "Come and help me." However, the other 4 supreme talents weren't going to help him. They all retreated and escaped with their subordinates. Compared to the blood god fruit, their lives were more important. Desolation of blood, we're both from the blood demon tribe. "You can't kill me," the young man screamed in despair. However, Desolation of Blood ignored him and continued to attack. The sky was filled with blood-red sword light. In the end, the young man couldn't avoid the sword light and was pierced between his eyebrows. His body quickly shriveled up and his eyes were filled with despair. In just a few breaths, the young man had become a dried corpse and his life force had been extinguished. On the other hand, Desolation of Blood's body flashed with a strange red light. His aura had become stronger. The blood god fruit is mine. With the blood god fruit, I'll be able to break through to the divine emperor realm. Desolation of Blood's eyes flashed with a fiery radiance. The divine emperor realm was a hurdle that wasn't easy to cross. The number of quasi-emperors in the Eldritch universe was shocking. Many of them were stuck at the quasi-emperor realm and couldn't break through. Even many supreme talents were stuck at the quasi-emperor realm for a long time. Some supreme talents couldn't break through for the rest of their lives. Once they broke through, their lifespan and combat strength would be greatly increased. Desolation of Blood had been stuck at the quasi-emperor realm for a long time. Only when he stepped into the divine emperor realm in the Eldritch universe could he be considered as one of the supreme talents. Only then would he be able to interact with the supreme talents of the Eldritch universe. Desolation of Blood revealed a greedy look and strode towards the blood god fruit. "Looks like we'll have to take action," Lu Ming said. Shui Ming hadn't arrived yet and the blood god fruit naturally couldn't fall into Desolation of Blood's hands. "Are you going to take action, or should I?" Ling Yue said. "Shui Ming hasn't arrived yet. I'll take action. It won't be too late for you to take action when Shui Ming arrives," Lu Ming said. After the two finished their discussion, Lu Ming was about to take action. However, his eyes suddenly looked in another direction. There was a blood-red light coming from that direction. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. The blood-red light faded and revealed a beautiful woman. This woman was very enchanting. She wore a blood-red phoenix robe and looked graceful. "I can't give you the blood god fruit." The beautiful woman smiled and her voice was very pleasant. Chapter 38-36. Desolate Blood sneered and looked at the lady. "Beauty, I won't kill you since you look pretty good. Get lost." Shameless boasting. "Do you think you're my opponent?" The young lady was very confident. After saying that, her body changed rapidly and turned into a blood-red phoenix. This was the lady's original body, a blood-red phoenix. She wasn't an expert of the Blood Demon clan. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were speechless. How could an expert outside of the Blood Demon clan be attracted to this place? Blood-red phoenix. Desolate Blood's face changed. The Phoenix clan was a terrifying clan in the primitive universe. It was said that countless years ago, it was a clan that was on par with the Divine Dragon clan. However, something happened later on, causing their strength to weaken. But now, they were still ranked 19th on the primitive 10,000 clan board. "Now, are you going to get lost or should I?" The blood-red phoenix said in a cold voice. "So what if you're a blood-red phoenix? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Desolate Blood wasn't willing to leave just like that. The blood god fruit was too useful to him. So what if his opponent was a blood-red phoenix? He wasn't necessarily strong just because he came from a big clan. He was very confident in himself. Stubborn. The blood-red phoenix snorted and flapped its wings. A layer of flames jumped around its body. This layer of flames was blood-red like fresh blood. A terrifyingly high temperature filled the air. Boom. The blood-red phoenix flapped its wings and a terrifying aura burst out. The void exploded continuously. Then, blood-red flames rushed towards Desolation of Blood like huge waves. Desolate Blood didn't dare to be careless in the face of the blood-red phoenix's attack. He let out a long cry and his blood chi exploded. A huge blood-red sword light slashed towards the void. Wherever it passed, the void was split in half. Boom. The sword light and the blood-red flames collided and exploded. Two. Streaks of blood-red sword chi and blood-red flames burst out in all directions. At this moment, Desolate Blood's sword light suddenly changed direction and charged towards the blood-red phoenix. Its speed was shocking. However, the blood phoenix's speed was even more shocking. With a flap of its wings, it disappeared from where it was. In the next moment, it appeared in front of the blood desolation divine spear. Its wings were like divine blades, slashing towards the blood desolation. With a clang, the two of them collided again. This time, Desolation of Blood's body trembled and retreated. In the second collision, Desolation of Blood was at a disadvantage. The blood phoenix launched an intense attack. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Desolation of Blood was no match for the blood phoenix. Bang! In the end, Desolation of Blood was hit by one of the blood phoenix's wings. His body almost exploded as he retreated. "Remember this, let's go!" Desolate Blood roared and flew into the distance. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He brought some of his subordinates with him and left in a flash. With Desolation's retreat, the blood phoenix was the only one left. Blood God Fruit. The blood phoenix looked at the blood God Fruit. Without any hesitation, it flapped its wings and pounced toward the blood God Fruit. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow it. However, at this moment, a young man suddenly appeared in front of her. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. The blood God Fruit isn't something that you can take. Back off. Lu Ming said. You want to stop me? Let's see if you have the ability. The blood phoenix shouted coldly. With a flap of its wings, two blood-red light blades slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming brandished his fist and threw a punch. The void exploded. With a destructive force, it bombarded the two blood-colored light blades. The blood-red light blades vibrated and exploded. The blood phoenix's eyes narrowed. She was very clear about how powerful her move earlier was. However, it was actually defeated by Lu Ming's punch. Moreover, Lu Ming was clearly only an 8th-level Divine Lord. I don't believe that an 8th-level Divine Lord can be strong. The blood phoenix was furious. It flapped its wings and slashed at Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the blood phoenix's wings. Bam bam. After a few explosions, the blood phoenix's figure retreated quickly. She felt an intense pain from her wings and her bones were about to shatter. Damn it! The blood phoenix was furious. A few feathers from her tail flew out. These were phoenix feathers. There were a total of 8 of them. They were like 8 sharp swords that stabbed toward Lu Ming. The power was terrifying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the 8th-level Divine Lord. His combat strength was shocking. A casual attack could erupt with terrifying power. Lu Ming only punched out. The terrifying fist force was like a stormy sea that swept everything. The attack formed by the 8 phoenix feathers was directly sent flying. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's figure landed on the blood phoenix's back. Get down, get down. The blood phoenix roared and struggled crazily. She was actually being ridden on Lu Ming's back. This was a great humiliation. Flames erupted all over her body, wanting to burn Lu Ming to death. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. How could she burn him? She was no threat to Lu Ming at all. Since you like to attack with feathers, I'll pluck all your feathers. Lu Ming sneered. He reached out and grabbed a handful of feathers from the blood phoenix's back and plucked them out. You deserve to die, the blood phoenix screamed crazily. Phoenix feathers are good stuff. It's worth collecting. Continue. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the blood phoenix. He put away the feathers that he had plucked out just now and plucked another handful. Stop it, stop it. The blood phoenix roared. Lu Ming continued. Stop, I'll leave, okay? I don't want the blood god fruit anymore, okay? The blood phoenix screamed and then flew away. Seeing that the blood phoenix had left, Lu Ming left its back. The blood phoenix flew into the distance and stopped. It glared at Lu Ming and said, Brat, I will remember you. After saying that, it left in a flash. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored it. He returned to Ling Yue's side. He's here. It should be Xue Ming. Ling Yue suddenly said and looked up at the sky. In the starry sky, a blood-red cloud was rolling towards them. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Xueming usually doesn't use his main body when he just appears. It's most likely his clone. Wait a moment, I'll lure his clone away. Ling Yue said. The reason why Ling Yue was the one who made the move was because Ling Yue could seal the aura of her soul fragment, but Lu Ming couldn't. Once he went out, he would be sensed by the other party. Only when Xueming's main body came out would Lu Ming be able to make his move. The blood cloud in the starry sky was extremely fast. It shook the entire starry sky and caused it to explode. On this planet, the people who had just escaped, including Xue Huang, all sensed it. Their expressions changed drastically. It's Xueming. Xueming is here too. Chapter 38-37. Someone from the blood demon race exclaimed and then sighed. www.org. They knew that now that Xueming had arrived, they wouldn't get a share of the blood god fruit. Xueming was ranked 11th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Although the top 100 quasi-emperors list wasn't precious and there might be many geniuses missing, those who could be ranked were definitely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Xueming entered the sky above the planet. As soon as Xueming arrived above the planet, he found the location of the blood god fruit. With a flash of bloody light, a burly figure appeared above the blood god fruit. This was Xueming. He was very burly and was more than 2 meters tall. He had a square face and a wide mouth. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was always a murderous aura. Bang! He stepped out very decisively and directly stepped toward the blood god fruit. But at this time, Ling Yue had already made her move. She turned into a ray of green light and flashed out, appearing in front of Xueming. Of course, Ling Yue had already changed her appearance, so Xueming couldn't recognize her. As for the aura of life origin, Xueming had never seen Ling Yue before, so he naturally didn't know about it. When Xueming saw someone appear, he frowned slightly and said, "Elf race. The blood god fruit seems to be useless to the elf race, but you're here. Is this blood god fruit related to you?" Xueming's mind was very sharp, and he immediately saw through the trick. Whether it's related to me or not, you can't take this blood god fruit away. Ling Yue said. In this Pantheon ruins, divine emperors can't enter. There aren't many people in the world who can stop me. Are you confident? Xueming said. The murderous aura in his eyes grew stronger. How do you know if you don't try? Ling Yue said. Try? Then use your life as a test. Xueming shouted coldly. In the next moment, Xueming directly attacked. His entire body was enveloped by blood qi. With a terrifying aura, he charged toward Ling Yue. As soon as he attacked, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. This was Xueming's power. He was ranked 11th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list, much stronger than 9 silkworm prince. Such a person could easily kill ordinary divine emperors as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Buzz. Ling Yue took out her bow and knocked an arrow. A few arrows flew out and collided with Xueming's attack, blocking it. To be able to block my attack, you have some strength, but you are still far from it. Xueming said coldly. His killing intent soared into the sky, and his blood energy exploded as he rapidly approached Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue naturally wouldn't let him get close. She quickly retreated, pulling away from Xueming as arrows continuously flew towards Xueming. A blood-red battle blade appeared in Xueming's hand. He continuously slashed out, sending Ling Yue's arrows flying. Is this really Xueming's clone? In the distance, Lu Ming was secretly watching. He was also secretly shocked. The battle prowess that Xueming had displayed was extremely terrifying. He was definitely stronger than the blood phoenix from before. Moreover, it looked no different from a normal life form. It was impossible to tell that it was a clone. Of course, Lu Ming could also tell that Ling Yue had not used her full strength. Ling Yue used her full strength, and her battle prowess was extremely astonishing. She was probably even stronger than Xueming's clone. However, Ling Yue's goal was to lure away this clone. Before Xueming's true body appeared, it was not advisable to reveal too much of her strength. If Xue Ming's true body was frightened and did not dare to appear, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Ling Yuwei fought with Xue Ming for a while, pretending to be at a disadvantage. "Xue Ming, you're amazing," Ling Yuwei purposely said unwillingly, then turned around and left. "You want to leave? Stay for me." Xue Ming roared angrily, his face filled with killing intent as he chased after Ling Yuwei. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not move. He hid in the shadows and quietly waited. Sure enough, not long after, another figure appeared in the air. Another Xue Ming. This person, whether it was his figure, appearance, or aura, was exactly the same as Xue Ming. However, it shouldn't be the one from before. If the one from before had escaped Ling Yuwei's control and returned to this place, Ling Yuwei would definitely send him a message. Moreover, this person had appeared from another direction. The new Xue Ming looked around like a hawk. Finally, his gaze landed on the blood god fruit. Then he slowly stepped forward and walked toward the blood god fruit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he still restrained himself and did not move. This was because he was not sure if this Xue Ming was Xue Ming's clone or his true body. He planned to continue probing. Xue Ming slowly walked toward the blood god fruit. Soon, he arrived beside it and reached out to grab it. However, just as he was about to grab the blood god fruit, he stopped. Then, he stretched out his hand and looked around again. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Then, he looked up at the sky. The sky rippled like water. Then, a figure flashed and another Xue Ming appeared. The third Xue Ming. This Xue Ming stood in the sky and looked around. He snorted coldly and flew toward the blood god fruit. A bloody light swept up the blood god fruit and flew into his mouth. "This is the true body." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, he did not make a move immediately. When Xue Ming started to refine the blood god fruit, it would be the best time to make a move. He sent a message to Ling Yuwei. After swallowing the blood god fruit, Xue Ming sat down cross-legged on the ground. His body was covered in a bloody light as he began to refine the fruit. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure flashed and rushed toward Xue Ming like a phantom. As he rushed out, 3 gravity orbs flew out. The powerful gravity enveloped the 2 Xue Mings. As the gravity enveloped them, Lu Ming threw out a punch. Lu Ming activated the battle character art for this punch, increasing his battle strength by 5 times. Boom! A huge fist energy pierced through the void and blasted toward Xue Ming's true body. Everything in the path of the fist energy was destroyed. However, Xue Ming's doppelganger reacted quickly. When Lu Ming made his move, he moved as well. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A bloody light burst out and a bloody saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. It collided with Lu Ming's fist and exploded with a loud bang. However, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure flashed and he went around Xue Ming's doppelganger and appeared on the other side of Xue Ming's true body. He had expected Xue Ming's doppelganger to stop him. He had no intention of fighting with Xue Ming's doppelganger. His target had always been Xue Ming's true body. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch. This time, Lu Ming used the Great Godwin technique. Lu Ming punched out, wanting to take down Xue Ming in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, Xue Ming, who was refining the blood god fruit, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 scarlet saber lights shot out from his eyes and slashed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 38:38. 2 scarlet rays of light shot out from Xue Ming's eyes and slashed toward Lu Ming. www.org. At the same time, Xue Ming let out a long roar that sounded like thunder. The bloody light on his body surged and his blood chi burst forth. It turned into a bright bloody ray of light and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. A few consecutive terrifying explosions erupted. The saber gleam that burst out from Xue Ming's eyes was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. In the end, it collided with the blood-colored saber gleam that Xue Ming slashed out. Dozens of energy waves erupted and surged in all directions. Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. Xue Ming's blade light was also defeated. The powerful force also pushed Xue Ming back a few steps. Great Godwin skill, you are Mu Yun. Xue Ming steadied himself and his eyes flashed with bloody light. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. You guessed it, Lu Ming said lightly. Mu Yun, you are stronger than the rumors say. It seems that everyone has underestimated you. Xue Ming said coldly. As he spoke, his doppelgangers silently circled behind Lu Ming. Together with Xue Ming himself, they blocked Lu Ming's path. You weren't refining the blood god fruit before? Lu Ming asked in return. If he had been refining the blood god fruit, he would not have reacted so quickly. Do you think I am so easily fooled? Why would the news of the blood god fruit come to me all of a sudden? You even sent it to my subordinates. The moment I heard about it, I knew it was a trap. Xue Ming sneered. www.org, but you still came, Lu Ming said. Since there is really a blood god fruit and it is in Panicked God's Forgotten Land, why wouldn't I come? I want to see who dares to trick me in Panicked God's Forgotten Land. Xue Ming said, his tone full of confidence. Yes, even though he knew there was a trap, he still came because this was the Panicked God's Forgotten Land. Godly emperors couldn't enter. Xue Ming was confident that there were only a handful of quasi-emperors in the primitive universe who were stronger than him, let alone those who could kill him. This was the source of his confidence. Now, I finally know why you schemed against me. You have fragments of a natal spirit stone. But what I find strange is that we have never met before. How did you know that I have fragments of a natal spirit stone? Xue Ming said. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Lu Ming, flickering with greed. Lu Ming wanted his shards of life spirit vitality stone. How could he not want Lu Ming's shards of life spirit vitality stone? Hand over the life spirit vitality stone fragment and I'll tell you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Haha, do you think you can deal with me? Mu Yun, targeting me is the biggest mistake you've made. Xue Ming let out a long laugh as his aura became even more shocking. Boom. Raging blood chi soared into the sky. Xue Ming's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of blood chi armor. A blood-red saber appeared in his hand. It was 2 meters long and filled with terrifying saber chi. At the same time, Xue Ming's avatar also raised his aura to the peak. Xue Ming's main body and avatar moved at the same time. They waved their sabers and charged towards Lu Ming. The 2 sabers cut through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever the saber light passed, heaven and earth roared and the void exploded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Lu Ming raised his aura to the peak and fully displayed the great god wind technique. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of astral wind. His fists constantly punched out and fist prints filled the sky as he fought against Xue Ming. The starry sky shook as the two exchanged more than 10 blows. During the fierce battle, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Xue Ming's strength was really terrifying. Lu Ming had used almost all his strength, but he was still only able to fight Xue Ming to a draw. One had to know that Lu Ming had already broken through to the 8th level Divine Lord realm. If Lu Ming was still at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, he would definitely not be Xue Ming's match. Xue Ming was only ranked 11th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list, but his combat strength was already so strong. How strong were the top 10 or even the top 3 monstrous geniuses? Perhaps there really was someone who could fight against him at the same level. The taboo physique was known as a taboo. It was synonymous with invincibility. However, it was not impossible to fight against it in the primitive universe. In fact, while Lu Ming was shocked, Xue Ming was even more shocked. He had never imagined that Mu Yun would be so strong that he could fight against him. No wonder he dared to steal his life spirit origin stone fragment. Kill! Xue Ming roared and his attacks became even more violent. The blood chi on his body became denser and denser. When it reached its peak, a figure suddenly rushed out from Xue Ming's main body. It was Xue Ming's avatar. Another avatar had appeared. After an intense fight, Lu Ming discovered that Xue Ming's avatar was slightly weaker than Xue Ming's main body. However, it was not much weaker. It had at least 80% of Xue Ming's main body's combat strength. This was extremely terrifying. If one avatar had 80% of Xue Ming's main body's combat strength, then what about several avatars? The combat strength of each avatar was at the peak of the quasi-emperors in the primitive universe. When multiple avatars joined forces, their power was extremely shocking. Now, the two avatars and Xue Ming's main body had joined forces and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. For a moment, even Lu Ming felt immense pressure. The two of them fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. At this moment, Xue Ming's main body suddenly shook and his aura became chaotic. Although Lu Ming was surprised, how could he miss such an opportunity? He ignored the attacks of the two avatars and attacked Xue Ming's main body with all his might. Although Xue Ming's main body reacted quickly, it was still a step too late and was hit by Lu Ming's fist. Bam! Xue Ming's main body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming was also hit by Xue Ming's two avatars. Two saber wounds appeared on his body and he was almost cut in half. Lu Ming was sent flying to the side. His cells were constantly using energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, a jade-green arrow shot towards Xue Ming's main body from afar. The arrow pierced through the void and was faster than lightning. Its power was terrifying. It crossed the long void in an instant and was aimed at Xue Ming's forehead. At this moment, Xue Ming had just been injured by Lu Ming. This arrow was so fast that Xue Ming could not dodge it. Block it! Xue Ming roared. The avatar closest to him immediately rushed out and pounced on the arrow. Bam! The arrow accurately hit the doppelganger. With a bang, the doppelganger exploded and dissipated into energy. The moment the avatar was destroyed, Xue Ming's main body shook violently and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clearly, Xue Ming's main body was greatly affected by the destruction of his avatar. Not far away, a light flashed and Ling Yue appeared. Xue Ming's main body stared at Ling Yue and shouted, "You were the one who killed one of my avatars, right? Or you? There aren't many quasi-emperors in the universe who can kill my avatar." Ling Yue did not reply. However, her appearance began to change. She had changed her appearance before. Now, she had returned to her original appearance. Chapter 38-39. Seeing Ling Yue's true appearance, Xue Ming's pupils suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Elven Princess Ling Yue, it's you?" Although he had never seen Ling Yue in reality, he had seen her appearance in the dream jade before, so he naturally recognized her at a glance. www.org, it's me. Ling Yue nodded. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Ling Yue's Xue Ming clone had already been killed by Ling Yue, so when Xue Ming was fighting, his body suddenly trembled. That was the backlash from the death of his clone. Ling Yue, I don't understand. Why did you come to kill me? Could it be that you're really married to Mu Yun? Xue Ming asked. The universe was abuzz with rumors that Ling Yue was going to marry Mu Yun. Xue Ming thought that Ling Yue was here to help Lu Ming seize his life spirit origin stone fragment. I'm naturally here for your life spirit origin stone fragment. Ling Yue smiled. Xue Ming's pupils suddenly shrank as he said, Ling Yue, so you also have a life spirit origin stone fragment. It seems that this blood god fruit was set up by you guys to lure me out. However, do you think that you can really take me down with just the two of you? Even when facing Lu Ming and Ling Yue, Xue Ming was still confident. Even if he was no match for them, he could still escape. After all, Ling Yue's ranking in the top 100 quasi-emperor rankings was lower than his. Moreover, he still had the blood demon clone. Xue Ming's mind was already rapidly calculating. He was calculating how to escape and then mobilizing the experts of the blood demon race to kill Lu Ming and Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue and Lu Ming would no longer waste their breath with him. Swish, swish. The two of them moved at the same time, charging towards Xue Ming. Ling Yue, I'll leave that clone to you first. I'll deal with Xue Ming's main body. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. His own attacks were like a storm as they pressed down on Xue Ming's main body. Lu Ming raised his battle prowess to the extreme. Not only did he display the Great Divine Wind technique, but he also displayed the Great Fragmentation technique that he had just touched upon. In addition, the 3 gravity orbs were activated at full power, and the powerful gravity enveloped Xue Ming and his doppelganger. Even with Xue Ming's battle prowess, he was greatly affected. Blood Demon Divine Body, immortal for all eternity. Xueming's main body let out a long howl. His body seemed to have completely turned into blood, and it swelled rapidly, transforming into a 10-meter-tall blood demon. Xueming brandished the 10-meter-long blood saber in his hand. The shocking saber radiance burst out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist collided with the blood-colored saber light, and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. A terrifying force tore through the void, and the planet beneath their feet instantly exploded. The terrifying force left cracks in the starry sky of the universe, which spread out over 10 million li www. The two of them quickly retreated. But this time, Xueming retreated even further. When the two of them were at their peak, Lu Ming was no weaker than Xueming. Moreover, Xueming was injured now, so he was naturally no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated and displayed the Great Divine Wind technique. His speed was extremely fast, and in a flash he appeared in front of Xueming and continued to launch a terrifying attack. On the other side, Ling Yue also made her move. A towering tree appeared behind her. It was so tall that it towered into the starry sky. A huge amount of green light flew into Ling Yue's body, causing her aura to soar to the extreme. Ling Yue held a huge battle bow in her hand, and endless green light gathered into an arrow. The arrow flew out and shot toward Xueming's doppelganger. Wherever the arrow passed, the universe seemed to be divided into two halves. Xueming's doppelganger let out a long howl and became one with the saber, transforming into a blood-colored saber light that was tens of thousands of meters long. It slashed toward Ling Yue and collided with the emerald green arrow. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a huge hole was blasted in the sky of the universe, and a figure rapidly retreated. It was Xueming's doppelganger. At this moment, the light on Xueming's doppelganger dimmed, and runes crawled all over his body. This was Ling Yue's sealing power. Ling Yue drew her bow for the second time, and another arrow flew toward Xueming's doppelganger. Xueming's doppelganger struggled violently, but he was sealed and was useless. The arrow pierced through Xueming's body, and then Xueming's doppelganger exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Xueming's main body suffered a backlash once again. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and roared in shock. Ling Yue, why is your combat strength so strong? His doppelganger had 80% of his main body's combat strength, but now, it had been shot by Ling Yue with 2 arrows. This level of combat strength was probably stronger than his main body. Wasn't Ling Yue ranked 16th on the top 100 quasi-emperors list weaker than him? However, her combat strength just now was clearly stronger than his. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could also tell that Ling Yue's combat strength was stronger than he had imagined. She could probably defeat Xueming by herself. The people outside had underestimated her. No wonder she dared to scheme against Xueming by herself in the past. The reason why she pulled him along was probably because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep Xueming by herself. She was afraid that Xueming would escape. However, Lu Ming was only slightly surprised for a moment. His attack speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Taking advantage of Xueming's backlash, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and struck Xueming again, sending him flying. Let's go! Xueming had just stabilized his body, and without thinking, he flew into the distance. He knew that with Lu Ming and Ling Yue working together, he was no match for them. If this continued, his main body would have to stay here. Mu Yun used the gravity orb to suppress him and slow him down. Leave the main attack to me. Ling Yue sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. At the same time, she drew her bow and shot out another arrow. The speed of the arrow was simply too fast as it chased after Xueming. The arrow scattered in the air, turning into hundreds of arrows that enveloped Xueming from all directions. During this process, Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique and constantly flashed as he approached Xueming. The powerful gravity of the gravity orb enveloped Xueming and slowed him down. Then, arrows filled the sky and flew toward Xueming. Seeing that he couldn't dodge them, Xueming roared. His saber light exploded and he instantly slashed out hundreds of times, colliding with the arrows. However, even though he had managed to block the arrow, his body was covered in runes and symbols. Ling Yue's sealing power wanted to seal Xueming. Xueming roared and erupted with all his strength. Countless blood-colored lights pierced out of his body like sharp swords, wanting to erase the sealing power. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give him such a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming waved his fists continuously and threw out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of fist energies bombarded Xueming's body, completely obliterating the bloody light that burst out from his body. At the same time, Xueming vomited blood. Kill! Ling Yue seized the opportunity and shot out a terrifying arrow. Book Guest Reading Website. Chapter 3840. For the last arrow, Ling Yue used all her strength. The terrifying arrow instantly tore through the void and shot towards Xueming. Under such circumstances, Xueming couldn't dodge at all. Therefore, he could only do his best to increase his defense and his chances of survival. Xueming was hit by the arrow. At the critical moment, he managed to avoid being hit in the head. However, his chest was still pierced by the arrow. The powerful force of the arrow sent Xueming flying millions of miles into the void. Although Xueming wasn't killed on the spot, he was severely injured and his aura was extremely weak. His body had been destroyed by the destructive power of the arrow. It would take at least a month for him to recover. Now, Lu Ming and Ling Yue naturally wouldn't give Xueming a month. The two of them chased after Xueming at their fastest speed. In a flash, they approached Xueming. Before they arrived, their attacks arrived first. They didn't give Xueming a chance to breathe because they were afraid that Xueming would spread the news with the Dream God Jade. After all, controlling the Dream God Jade required divine power and time. As long as he didn't have the time, he wouldn't be able to spread the news. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Lu Ming and Ling Yue were not far from Xueming, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xueming. It was a young man wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy. The most special thing about this person was his appearance. This person had 3 heads and 6 arms. The expression of each head was different. There was anger, killing intent, and joy. As soon as this person appeared, he attacked Xueming. 6 different attacks appeared on his 6 arms and blasted towards Xueming. Azura! Xueming let out a roar of unwillingness as his body exploded. Even his soul did not manage to escape and was destroyed as well. A peerless monster of a generation had fallen just like that. As soon as Xueming fell, a white light rushed out of his body. Life Spirit Origin Stone Fragment. Lu Ming and Ling Yue could tell at a glance that this was a Life Spirit Origin Stone Fragment. It was Xueming's Life Spirit Origin Stone Fragment. The young man with 3 heads and 6 arms reached out and grabbed the fragment of Xueming's Life Spirit Origin Stone. Let go of the Vitality Stone Fragment. No, this person also has fragments of the Natal Spirit Primal Stone in his body. Lu Ming and Ling Yue exclaimed. This was because both of them could sense that the 3-headed, 6-armed young man was not only holding Xueming's Natal Spirit Stone Fragment in his hand, but there was also a Natal Spirit Stone Fragment in his body. He was also a prodigy who had been chosen by the Life Spirit Vitality Stone Fragment. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Yue and Lu Ming made their moves. An arrow and a fist energy pierced through the air and shot toward the man. This person's 3 heads all revealed different expressions. There was killing intent, anger, and disdain. His 6 arms formed different seals at the same time, striking out 6 different attacks, colliding with Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks. A series of explosions rang out. The 3-headed, 6-armed young man actually blocked Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks, but his body was pushed back. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were secretly shocked. This person's combat power was so strong. He actually blocked the attacks of the 2 of them by himself. Without a doubt, this person's cultivation was also at the quasi-emperor level. Those above the divine emperor level could not enter. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks did not stop at all. After missing their first move, their second move exploded out. A towering tree appeared behind Ling Yue. Endless green light entered Ling Yue's body and then turned into an emerald green arrow. As for Lu Ming, he used the taboo power, the Great God Wind technique, and so on to the peak and blasted out a move. 2 more terrifying attacks than the previous one blasted toward the 3-headed, 6-armed young man. The 3-headed, 6-armed young man's 3 faces all revealed serious expressions at the same time. He let out a light shout, and his 6 arms no longer formed seals individually. Instead, they cooperated with each other to form seals. Then, a huge figure appeared in the sky. This was a terrifying figure with 99 heads and 999 arms. This figure's 999 arms suddenly joined forces and pressed down, transforming into a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. It shook the heavens and the earth and spread across millions of miles of the starry sky. If there were still stars here, they would definitely be blown to ashes. In the end, the huge figure with 99 heads and 999 arms exploded under the terrifying power. However, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks were also blocked. That young man had only retreated a distance. His aura was slightly unstable, but he was not injured. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were truly shocked. Just now, the 2 of them had almost used all their strength and used their strongest attacks, but they were blocked by the 3-headed, 6-armed young man. This was unbelievable. Now, Lu Ming and Ling Yue had joined forces. How terrifying was that? Even Xue Ming would die. However, this young man in front of them could block it. There were only a few quasi-emperor-level geniuses in the entire universe who could do this. Don't fight yet. At this moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed young man suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were not in a hurry to attack. Azura clansman, who are you? Ling Yue stared at the young man and asked. Without a doubt, this young man was from the Shura race. The 3-headed, 6-armed figure could only belong to the Shura race. Xiao Wuji. One of the young man's heads smiled faintly and spoke. The other 2 heads did not speak. Xiao Wuji? There's no such name in the top 100 quasi-emperors list. Ling Yue said. With Xiao Wuji's combat strength, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the top 100 quasi-emperors list. However, there was no such name in the top 100 quasi-emperors list. You believe in the top 100 quasi-emperors list? It's all arranged by some bored people. There's no participation from the top 10 races or the Heavenly Palace. I don't know how many people were left out. Xiao Wuji smiled faintly. Lu Ming and Ling Yue nodded secretly. Indeed, the top 100 quasi-emperors list was not like the Universe Genius list, which had the top 10 races and the Heavenly Palace. It was very valuable. Even if there were some who were left out, there were very few of them. There were definitely many terrifying geniuses who were not listed in the top 100 quasi-emperors list. For example, Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji, hand over the life spirit origin stone fragment. You alone are no match for the 2 of us. Ling Yue said domineeringly. Ling Yue, you don't have to scare me. I saw your fight with Xue Ming very clearly. I also tried to test your strength. If the 2 of you work together, you might be able to defeat me. However, if I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Xiao Wuji smiled faintly. Chapter 3841. Xiao Wuji was very confident, but Lu Ming and Ling Yue's faces were gloomy. They knew that Xiao Wuji was right. If the 2 of them worked together, they might be able to suppress Xiao Wuji, but if he tried to break through, they might not be able to stop him. Unfortunately, Qiu isn't here. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Divine emperors and above couldn't enter the panicked god ruins, so Qiu didn't follow them in and stayed outside. If Qiu was here, no matter how strong Xiao Wuji was, he wouldn't be Qiu's opponent. Xiao Wuji, do you think I don't have a trump card? If I don't mind paying a price, I can definitely keep you here. Ling Yue said coldly. I know you have a trump card, but do you think I don't have one? Xiao Wuji was still chuckling softly. He appeared very confident, as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. Ling Yue's face darkened. If she had a trump card, how could Xiao Wuji not have one? It was hard to say. She couldn't figure out Xiao Wuji. I'd like to know why you're here. Ling Yue asked. It's very simple. You've been eyeing Xue Ming, and I've been eyeing him for a long time. It's just that Xue Ming is very cautious. His main body has been hiding, so I haven't had a chance to make a move. Fortunately, you've appeared. When I saw Shui Ming's main body appear, I knew my chance had come. So I've been secretly following Shui Ming to this panicked god ruins. I wanted to wait for Shui Ming to refine the blood god fruit, but I didn't expect you to act faster than me. It saved me a lot of effort. Xiao Wuji explained with a smile. Then, Xiao Wuji's tone changed. I know you want this life spirit yuan stone, and I'll give it to you as well. However, I have a condition. You want to give this life spirit yuan stone to us? Ling Yue's eyes flashed. She was very surprised. Lu Ming was also very surprised. That's right, it's absolutely true. Xiao Wuji nodded. What's your condition? Ling Yue asked. It's very simple. Let's join forces and explore the life spirit heavenly court ruins together. Xiao Wuji. You want to join forces with us? Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes were filled with suspicion. It was obvious that they did not believe in Xiao Wuji. The life spirit heavenly court is no small matter. It's too difficult and dangerous for one person to explore it alone. If we work together, we'll have the best chance. Let's work together and share the treasures equally. How about that? After all, I can't take you down, and you can't take me down. If we split up and explore, we'll only get half the results with twice the effort. But if we work together, we'll get twice the results with half the effort. For the three of us, this is a huge advantage. Xiao Wuji Dao. Ling Yue and Lu Ming also began to ponder. It had to be said that what Xiao Wuji said made sense. If they worked together, both sides would benefit. However, the two of them could not believe Xiao Wuji so easily. This Xiao Wuji gave them an unfathomable feeling. How do you want to work together? Ling Yue continued to ask. I know you don't believe me. First, I'll give you this piece of life spirit vitality stone to show my sincerity. Also, I know something important about the life spirit heavenly court that I can tell you. Xiao Wuji Dao. Oh, give me the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone first. Ling Yue stretched out her hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wuji smiled and waved his hand, throwing the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone to Ling Yue without any hesitation. Ling Yue used her divine power to wrap around the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone. She scanned it with her spiritual sense and found that there was nothing wrong with it. She was surprised that Xiao Wuji would actually give her the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone. Dense runes appeared on Ling Yue's palm. She used the power of sealing to seal the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone and then put it away. According to the agreement, this fragment of the life spirit vitality stone belonged to Ling Yue. What is the important news you mentioned? After Ling Yue put away the fragment of the life spirit vitality stone, she felt a lot more at ease with Xiao Wuji and asked again. Through my life spirit vitality stone fragment, the stone spirit, I know of a place that is very likely left behind by the life spirit heavenly court. Xiao Wuji Dao. The life spirit was left behind by the heavenly court. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were both shocked. Up until now, other than obtaining a few fragments of the life spirit vitality stone, they had no other clues about the life spirit heavenly court. When this person heard such news, he couldn't help but feel excited. The main heavenly court of the life spirit heavenly court is mysterious and unfathomable. I don't know where it floats in the universe, and below the life spirit heavenly court, there are 9 great life spirit halls. They are also difficult to find. However, apart from the main heavenly court and the 9 life spirit halls, there are other treasures left behind in the life spirit celestial court. My rock spirit told me about this treasure land. It's very likely that there are clues to the 9 life spirit halls in it. Therefore, I want to cooperate with you to explore this treasure land together, and then continue to explore the 9 great life spirit heavenly court, and even the final life spirit heavenly court. Xiao Wuji told them everything he knew in one breath. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes flashed. They were obviously moved. The treasures left behind by the life spirit heavenly court were definitely no small matter. There would definitely be opportunities. The key was that they might even find information about the 9 great life spirit halls. As the life spirit heavenly court's 9 great life spirit halls, there would definitely be shocking opportunities. If news of this spread, the entire universe would be shocked. It would be strange if the two of them weren't moved. I know that the two of you don't believe me, but what I said is absolutely true. I can swear with my life origin. Xiao Wuji immediately swore with his life origin that what he said about the treasure land of the life spirit heavenly court was absolutely true. Every word was true. Alright, I agree to cooperate with you. Muyun, what do you say? Ling Yue nodded in agreement, then looked at Lu Ming. Since we want to cooperate, of course we will. Lu Ming also nodded. Alright. Xiao Wuji was overjoyed. The treasure of the life spirit heavenly court, I said, is in the Hengsha star region. There is no time to lose. We should set off as soon as possible. The three of them discussed for a while and immediately set off. However, they were afraid that Xue Ming had brought a divine emperor expert to guard outside the panicked God-forgotten land, so they chose a remote direction and left the panicked God-forgotten land. After leaving the panicked God-forgotten land, they found an excuse and secretly left for a while to meet up with Qiuqiu. Then, they returned to the team and the three of them headed toward the Hengsha star region. The Hengsha star region was a star region even larger than the Iron Sea star region. There were many star regions here, and they were also filled with large and small forces. It was very chaotic. However, the Hengsha star region they were going to was located at the edge of the Hengsha star region. It was very remote. According to the information they had found, this place was not occupied by any forces. However, when they arrived, they were dumbfounded. The core region of the sand stratum had been occupied by a powerful force, and it had been occupied for a very long time. Book Guest House Reading Website.